me a thumbs up or something when it's safe. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Eclipse Edition on Monday, April 8th, 2024 of the Northborough Select Board. My name is Mitch Cohen, and welcome to our hybrid meeting, our very first hybrid meeting. I will call this meeting to order at 6:33 p.m., and I will read some opening remarks that will be similar but not exactly the same as the usual open remarks. This open meeting of the Northborough Select Board is being conducted in person and remotely, consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Northborough Select Board are allowed and encouraged to participate either in person or remotely. The Act allows the Northborough Select Board to meet entirely in person and remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream or the recording of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. So we have 4 in-person members, and I'm anticipating 1 remote member who is not there yet, so I don't need to ask anybody to see or hear and be heard because you're here and I can hear you and the audience can hear you, so I think we can dispense with that step. But when Kristen joins in, I will do that with her. Other than that, and of course we also have members here and we have staff here and we've got a great audience. This is so exciting to see people in real life. Thank you for coming. So we have a very busy agenda. One announcement is at the end of our agenda is an executive session, which I don't believe we will need. Correct. So for those following at home, we'll adjourn when we get to the end of the public session of the meeting. And with that, first item on our agenda, as always, is public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to offer any public comment, either in person or remote? Yeah, come on up. I need you to have a microphone.
No, real quick.
Sure, if you could just identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
Sure. Fran Backstrom, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I mean, I love the layout. It's much nicer than it has been in the past. I'm just, are you going to open the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance like we used to do? Never did remote. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
But
that's not
we're in the room, the flag's there.
Yeah, we'll figure that out for the next time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Any other public comment, either in person or remote? Okay. We will move along. We have approval of meeting minutes. Would someone, perhaps Lisa, like to make a motion on the March 11th, 2023 meeting minutes?
I move the board vote to approve the March 11th, 2023 meeting minutes as presented or amended.
Second.
I think presented is
Presented now?
presented. Yeah. That was your choice if you had any amendments. Okay.
I see.
Okay. So motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne to approve the meeting minutes as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor, we need to do a roll call vote because we anticipate having a remote member. Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Meeting minutes are approved. Next up, we have Paul Gromer, Mass Power Choice, review of the municipal electric aggregation, public comments and plan submittal to the Department of Public Works. Paul, take a seat. If you could identify yourself and give us a summary of the public comments received.
Yes, excuse me, absolutely. My name is Paul Gromer. I'm with the firm of Mass Power Choice. We are the consultant hired by the town to assist with the town's electricity aggregation program, Northborough Power Choice. We've finished now. The process is the town goes through a public comment period regarding its aggregation plan. A number of comments were received. I'd say, as is common, the great majority of the comments were really questions. How does this plan work? And I've offered, and it is in your packet, some proposed responses to those questions, just to clarify those points. Regarding comments where residents were encouraging the board to go in one direction or another, The primary area was in the standard product, the product that everyone gets by default, and whether that should have additional renewables in it or not have additional renewables in it. And that's in fact a question that is one of the key questions with these plans, and that's a question that was discussed at the last board meeting. So a handful of the comments, I think 4 of the comments suggested there should be some additional renewables in that default product, and 1 of the comments suggested that there shouldn't be.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments that came out. I don't remember who did the layout on these. Diane did, and looks great. Are these now on the town website?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So anyone, obviously these are in our meeting packet, but you can also see them in the Northborough Power Choice section of the website. I think there's some really good questions about how it interacts with people that have solar panels and people that want to maximize the renewables in different ways and so forth. So I really appreciate that. And as you said, there were a total of 5 comments on which of the 3 options should be the default, essentially, and 4 people suggested the middle of the 3 should be the default, and 1, the least expensive of the 3, should be the default. So that's a decision for us to make here tonight. Before we start making those sort of decisions, any comments or questions for the presenter on the feedback received?
Was there a breakdown in, like, your average utility bill, if you go with economy, standard, or green?
So I can tell you what you would commonly expect. So for this program in particular, it's too early to say for sure, because we have to first go through the state approval process, and then we get bids from suppliers, and only then do you know what the prices are. But if we look at a typical community or communities that have been done this recently, the additional cost, say you wanted to have 10% extra renewables in one of the products.
Okay.
That would typically cost about 3% more, which for a typical resident would be about $250 a month. And that's if you had 10%. Now you could have 5% and it would be half of that, or you could have 20% or 30%, but just to use 10% as an easy average.
Wait, so for a typical resident, you said it would be how much more?
It would be $250 a month,
$2.50.
$2.50 a
What
month.
are you basing their utility bill at?
So that's assuming an average usage, and I'm just looking at the incremental cost for that extra renewables, which would be about 0.4 cents. Average usage is about 600 kilowatt hours a month, so 0.4 cents times 600 gets you to $2.40 actually a month. Now that's an average number. The exact number would be different in real, once we get to that point, but that's ballpark what it would be. And to be clear, that's compared to the cheapest thing you could offer. That's compared to the cheapest thing you could offer. It's a separate question how that might compare to what residents have now, which is utility basic service. And generally speaking, aggregation programs have gotten a lower price than utility basic service. You can't promise that will happen, but that's been the general experience. So typically the communities that put extra renewables in the standard still have a lower price than what customers would be paying otherwise. So it's $250 a month more than the cheapest thing you could offer, but it's still less than what they were paying without the program. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, there's one other piece of information I wanted to share with the board as you think about this question. So under the current rules of the Department of Public Utilities, they want towns to make this decision before you now in the plan itself. They want you to say, at this stage, will our default product have additional renewables or not? That's been the rule, and it's the rule today. It's also the case, though, that the Department of Public Utilities is in the process of changing their rules, and they've made it pretty clear, clear as can be, that they're going to give the towns more flexibility and more ability to decide things later rather than at the time of the plan. And the reason for that is we're now still many months from launching the program, so it's early to be making this decision, and you don't have prices in front of you yet, so it's hard to say for sure. So under the rules that will be in place likely sometime in the next few months, you could say, you would be allowed to say, we're going to make this decision once we see the prices. And we're going to consider things like, what's the cost and what do we perceive as the environmental benefit? You'd have to state what factors you would consider, but you could state those, which are the obvious ones. So you could, if you wish, I think that you could either decide it now, and we'll put that in the plan, or you could put in the plan that you're going to make this decision later, once you see the prices. And by the time the Department of Public Utilities gets around to approving your plan, or by the time it works its way through the process, those new rules will be in effect, and a very high degree of confidence they would approve it with that different language in it. If they chose not to, they'd just tell you, and we could change it back, but I'm pretty confident you would have that flexibility, because they've made it very clear that that's the direction they're going, and then it makes sense to give towns more flexibility. So I apologize for giving you another question to consider, but wanted you to have that
It's a good
full
question.
information as you think about this tonight.
Julianne, does that answer your question and provide more questions?
No, I think that that's a great,
Yeah.
a great accommodation by the part of the Department of Utilities, that they would let us, because if we're saving a lot of money, I might go green. If we're just saving a little money, then.
So I wanted, sorry, I'm sorry,
No, go
are you
ahead.
done? Okay. So are you confident that not putting a default rate in our proposal to DPU does not put us at any risk or disadvantage of them kicking it back and say, do the whole thing over again or resubmit and wait 6 months again?
Correct. I have a high degree of confidence in that.
Okay.
I have, the worst case
Yeah.
would be they would say, nope, you need to make that decision, change it. You wouldn't have to go back to the beginning.
Yep.
They just say, change it one way or the other, and then we'll approve it. They'd never send you back to the beginning.
Okay,
But I have also a very high degree of confidence we won't encounter that worst case.
okay,
But that would be the worst case if we did. If it turns out
Okay.
I'm completely wrong.
yeah. Yeah, Laura?
Have other towns gone with the flexible option that you described?
Well, so that's a very interesting question. So many have, because this used to be the rule. So when, for example, the town of Westborough had their plan approved, the rule was you could have this flexibility, and Westborough actually started with 0 renewables in the default and then changed it about 2 years ago and put renewables in. And that was allowed under the old rules. In this current period, no, because the Department of Public Utilities has required this greater flexibility, greater specificity. So no one's done it under the current rules, but people used to do it all the time under the old rules. And I think they'll be doing it under the future rules.
I definitely prefer that option because I know that there was comments that came in that said the renewable may be cheaper, and so it gives us that option to keep the door open.
Yeah, I like, one of the ways you suggested planning these out later on, once we're in the bidding phase, is to have the default be the middle of the option, additional renewables, but make sure it is a little bit less than the default rate from National Grid, so that we'd be guaranteeing a balance of savings and additional renewables. And then if it turns out that somehow we couldn't do that, then we would use the cheaper option to make sure that people were saving as much as possible or spending as little as possible. But now that we have sort of the ultimate flexibility, it's even better. So that's, yeah, Lisa, any thoughts?
Do we actually write that in our plan, that ultimate flexibility that you just discussed, so that it says?
Yes, what I would suggest if you want to go this route is that the plan says, we intend to have 3 options, one with 0 renewables, one in the middle, and one with, say, 100% renewables. And we're going to decide which one will be the default and how much extra renewables, how much is some extra renewables, once we see the prices. And once we see the prices, we'll make that decision in consideration of the cost. We could put in in consideration of the basic service rate, so you know what you're comparing to, and the environmental benefits. You'd consider those factors. And then the way it would, so that's what we would put in the plan. And then the way it would play out in practice is when the actual bids come in, there's very little time to decide. There's only like an hour to decide. So you want to set this up in advance. But we could, once we're much closer to that date, we can get representative prices so you know what to expect. You can consider those, and then the board could provide direction to whoever is going to be the one signing that contract, something like this, what you articulated earlier. If we can have additional renewables, still be less than basic service, let's do it that way. But you can kind of specify that later once we see some, near final prices and have a better sense of where things are going to lay out. And I'll also say, sorry for going on for so long, many communities take that approach, where they give that kind of guidance to who's ever signing the contract. So the board meets, they provide some guidance, and then the final bids come in, and a decision is made and a contract signed.
So I like that last bit that you just talked about, because we did have people coming, wanting to have the lowest default, because, even $4 is a lot for some people. When will we know, are they planning on having a rate drop? I know we are behind the curve on getting this rate. So right now, it's 18 cents, I think, a unit.
Yeah, so for the national grid rate, yes, so their price changes every 6 months, as I'm sure you know. They go out to bid every 6 months, and they get the price that whatever the market offers them. It seems likely prices will drop with their next rate, which goes into effect in, I think in August. They haven't gone out to bid yet, so we don't know what it is, but it's likely it will go down because the market price has come down since then. And when your program goes out to bid, similarly, you'll get a price that reflects the market at the time. And the electricity market is quite volatile, as we've
Right.
experienced lately.
And when are we planning to send this out, Tim?
We have to get approval from DPU first, and then we'll time the market, and that's where Paul comes in, tells us when to go.
All right, so 3 to 6 months?
That's a very good question. It will depend on the regulatory process. The DPU has said it's going to be their goal to do these approvals in 4 months now, going forward. It's taken much longer than that recently. It used to take 4 months back in the old days, so we've been through this very slow period, but hopefully they'll be back on a 4-month track. And then, once you get the approval, then we go through the bidding process, which takes a month or so. And then, if you get a price you like, you'd sign the contract, and then it takes a couple months from there to launch the program.
All right, thank you.
So do you have a best case, worst case, January the best?
Yeah, or I would hope, I would hope maybe December. It's probably the best case for launching. For approval, best case would be the fall, I think.
That's great. So is the board supportive, I think, hearing that from everyone, of not putting a default into our plan and allowing us to define that later once we have actual prices?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you'll be able to make that tweak?
Yes, I'll make the tweak and send it back in red line so you can review the
Yeah, you can
the
send-
change, or so that
yeah.
Tim and Diane can
Yeah.
review the change. And if that works as a process, that would be great. It's always good to get the plans in sooner rather than later so that we can just get the process rolling.
Yeah, I think that we'd all be comfortable with that's the only other item. And from what I remember, we had talked about at our last meeting, the option of capturing a super tiny percentage of every penny or something like that for some renewable staffing or something like that internally. And from what I remember, you said that that's a decision that can be made later on.
Yes, the way that works, and thank you for reminding, I believe this is in the current draft where the town would have authorization to
Yeah.
do that, but you're not required to do that, to implement it. So it's the same thing. You can see the prices and you can say, okay, we're going to include this extra amount, or having seen the prices, we don't want to do it. You always have that choice.
Okay. Perfect. I think that's great. Anybody have any questions otherwise?
I know you went over this before, but what is the minimum state required amount of renewable energy?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and that's a question I could spend half an hour answering for you. But if we look at all the different kinds of renewable energy, that's currently 62%.
Okay.
If we look at what's called the favored type of renewable energy, it's 24%.
What's the favored?
So that's from newer projects, from things like wind and solar. That's the favored kind. The rest of it includes older projects, and it includes things like nuclear, which some people think is good and some don't,
Right.
large hydro projects, which some people think is good and don't. So that's all in that 62%, and it's just the 24% that has the new from wind and solar and things like that.
Okay, thanks.
Great. I'll interrupt for a moment to just say Member Kristen Wickstead has joined us remotely. Kristen, I just want to make sure you can hear and be heard.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. Am I gonna be the big face on the screen the whole time above you?
I'm not sure how exactly it will look remotely. But right
Well-
now, you're the only remote participant. We will have more later on in our meeting.
Okay.
And Dana is doing something magical. Changed it a little bit, apparently. Okay, so thank you. So just to quickly bring you up to speed, we are about to conclude, I think, the Mass Power Choice item. The big news from today is that the Department of Public Utilities is no longer requiring us to make a choice up front about which of the three options is the default. We can decide that later based on the pricing after it comes in, which I think is
Nice.
yeah.
Great
Yeah,
news.
that's
Okay,
what we-
thanks.
That's what we thought too. Okay, so with that, unless there's any other comment, and as always with all of our meetings, if anyone in the public, either in person or remote, has anything that they would like to ask or offer, hey, Mike Dejan. Speaking of which, Mike, if you could unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind.
Sure, thanks. Hi, this is Mike Tejan, 30 Osier Avenue. Just wanted to say I would ask the board that when it comes to a decision on the final pricing, when that's made, is to go for the cheaper option. Just speaking for the residents who are concerned about all the increasing costs, including property taxes and other increases that are coming. I think that would go a long way to show that those residents who are concerned over cost are heard. So when that decision time comes, I would just implore the board to go with the cheapest option for the residents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Good evening, everybody.
All right, no other comments or questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the Northborough Municipal Electric Aggregation Plan dated February 12th, 2024, and to submit the plan to the Department of Public Utilities, DPU, for approval.
Before, could we add, are you okay if we add something
Sure.
in there reflective of, something like, except to make the choice of the default rate later?
Perfect. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the Northborough Municipal Electric Aggregation Plan dated February 12th, 2024, with the decision on which default option will choose to be determined at a date later once the options are presented with pricing,
That works for you? Excellent.
and to submit the plan to the Department of Public Utilities, DPU, for approval.
Second.
Okay, fantastic. Motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Paul, thank you very, very much for meeting us with us in person this
Oh,
evening.
it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to meet you all. Thank you for making time for this.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Take care.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you. So let's see, why don't we, while we wait for, I assume our other legislators are joining us in person tonight, correct?
That was my understanding.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we will, it's still a little bit early, we will accommodate as best we can, so why don't we move along into the reappointments to boards, committees, and commissions. We'll do as many of that, as much of that as we can, accommodating our visitors, and then move back and forth. I have a feeling this meeting may involve some juggling with the agenda. So I know that members of the interview committee included regularly Julianne and Kristen, but Lisa, you substituted in for the ZBA interviews because I know, Julianne, you had some conflicts. Met with a number of people. Why don't we take, I think, the easy ones first, which is we had some excellent potential additions to Council on Aging, Youth Commission, Community Affairs, and Cultural Council. Any comments, Julianne or Kristen, on any of those four?
That was actually Lisa and me.
Oh, okay.
And the
That's
only
right.
comments are that they're great candidates. All of them are fairly new to volunteering, and quite a few of them new to town. So it was, we completely support nominating those 4 people to the various committees. And I can combine this, if you'd like, in a motion.
Diane, is it all right if
That's
we
fine.
combine these into one? I think that's a great idea.
Would you like a motion?
Yes, I would, very much.
I move the board vote to appoint Susan Harvey to the Council on Aging, Carrie Wolf to the Youth Commission, Nora Biggins to the Community Affairs Committee, and Anna Katzenberger to the Cultural Council as recommended by the Interview Subcommittee.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Thank you. I know those motions don't have the term ending. I assume that's something you can work on at
It's
your
all
end.
3-year.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not all 3-year, but it wasn't, in the minutes when you made the motions, it wasn't considered, so it will be as,
Just the next slot available.
Which one is
yeah.
not? Which one is not a 3-year? Do you know?
I know off the top of my head, the Council on Aging
Oh,
is
okay.
a 2-year. It's, replacing somebody.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're not all automatically 3 years, but they will, the appointment letters will reflect the correct terms.
Okay.
Great. Okay, any comments or questions on those appointments? Okay, all those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations to those 4 members, and thank you for joining the town with some things. Next up, we have some Zoning Board of Appeals appointments. This one, I'll try to summarize as best I can, that unfortunately, sometimes you have more excellent candidates than there are positions open. That we had, I think it was it a total of 6 candidates that you interviewed for 4 positions. Those 4 positions include 2 full-time voting members and 2 alternate positions. I know from watching the meeting and from reading the draft meeting minutes that were in the packet that that the interview subcommittee recommended specifically for John Marr to be a full voting member, and Jeff Grabowski to remain as an alternate, and no decision was made on John Carney, who I think goes by Jack, as well as Jacob Jones. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Kristen, you concur?
I got stuck on, actually, John Carney told us he goes by John.
He goes-
Although other people do know him by Jack, it seems like. So anyway,
Gotcha.
sorry. I
Okay.
was distracted when you said that.
Okay, all right, I'll try to keep it.
We
I'll have to change that in my head now.
Yeah. So we had two recommendations and then we disagreed about the other two recommendations. I tried to reflect it pretty clearly in the minutes.
Yep. No, I appreciate that. We'll open it up for discussion. My own personal take, I like them both. John Carney served in the town of Grafton on the zoning board for a large number of years. Was it 19 years, something like that, 12 years?
17.
Certainly 17 years. I knew it was over 10. Eventually I would have gotten it right. I think there may have been some confusion at that meeting about whether they did variances there. It's use variances that Grafton does not do, that Northborough does do. Nobody does use variances other than Northborough. So the fact that somebody does not have use variance experience does not say anything. Very, very few towns in Massachusetts do use variances. We're the unique one there. So, I mean, my perspective, I think John Carney has more experience. Jacob Jones, I met him. I talked to him outside of, just before one of the fire station building committee meetings. Really smart, exciting guy. I'm very glad to have him in town and, involved in things. My own personal take, he's new to Massachusetts, so my own leaning would be towards him being an alternate as he gets up to speed on how things are done in Massachusetts and in Northborough, and John Carney as the full member. But, they're both good people, so I'm happy with however the board would like to go on that.
Okay, and I
I,
also want to add, there's a change in the minutes where it says, though Mr. Jones has had no direct experience with zoning and has not attended a meeting, he actually said that he attended all the meetings for the last year and some even before. So that he's been very active.
I had in my notes that he hadn't attended any of the ZBA meetings. He's been attending a lot of the select board meetings
Well,
remotely.
He also, I think we should go back and listen to it, because he said that he had attended all the meetings, so I gotta email.
I really don't think he did. I think that's somebody else.
I will let the interview subcommittee sort that out when you approve the, review and approve the meeting minutes. We don't have to do that for the meeting minutes now. It's helpful to know, if we knew factually what it was, but I will.
Well, it's relevant because it could affect people's votes. I mean, that's a big reason that was kind of the main thing that I was like, oh, he said he hasn't attended any ZBA meetings. So I kind of feel like that's applying to a competitive board or committee 101. And like John Marr, whatever, he had attended several of the ZBA meetings recently. So I just thought that was really out of, I was surprised, but
I will say that through the miracle of hybrid meetings, Jacob Jones happens to be in our audience and has raised his hand.
Great.
With no objections, I'll allow him to talk, and maybe he can clarify what he said or anything else. Jacob, if you could just identify yourself and provide any input that you happen to have.
Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jacob, we hear you.
Thank you. Sorry, you're actually both right. And the minutes are a little bit inaccurate, and that's okay. Because the minutes say that I haven't watched any of the meetings. I didn't sit live or on stream at the meetings, but I have, through the glorious technology that the town implements here, I had, and I said so at the meeting, watched at least a year prior of the ZBA meetings through the channel. So, and I think the fire station one I did sit at live, but that was the only one that I was at, quote, at the time. But I had definitely watched a lot, and I couldn't even say how many. That's all. Thank you.
Appreciate that,
Okay.
Jacob. Thank you.
okay, so that's definitely relevant information. That's good to know. He was here.
Hey, Julianne?
I wonder if I can make a suggestion that we table this for a little bit so that we can have our legislators
I think that's fine.
move the agenda around a little bit.
Okay. If we think we need more discussion on this, then that's fine. Okay, great. So we're going to move off of this agenda item because all of our legislators are here and they are our famous guests for the evening of our first hybrid meeting. Welcome to Northborough Hybrid meetings, come on up, and we'll get back to the ZBA appointees. So the item we are going on to is discussion regarding Northborough's legislative priorities with Senator Kennedy and Representatives Kilcoyne and Donahue. Welcome.
Thank you.
You don't need to identify yourselves to us, but for the viewers at home, I'd appreciate if the three of you could do so.
Sounds good. I'm State Senator Robin Kennedy, and I apologize. We thought this meeting was at 7, but myself and Representative Kilcoyne were at another town. We have the privilege of both representing the town of Boylston, so.
I will say you were not late.
Okay, so we apologize if we held up or missed up the agenda in any way.
No, we have a long agenda, so we started it earlier with other things.
Gotcha.
We always had you down for 7 o'clock, and I apologize that. So you're right. You were right on time. Perfect.
Excellent. Well, thank you. So happy to be here with you
Yes,
all.
thank you.
I'm Kate Donahue, State Representative. I represent precincts 1, 2, and 3.
And I'm Meg Kilcoyne, State Representative for Precinct 4 in Northborough, and happy to be here with you all today. This is actually my first time in Town Hall since I got elected, so very exciting.
Really?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we always had it on Zoom due
Yeah.
to the pandemic, and so usually when I dealt with any of us dealt with town issues, we would
Yeah.
meet elsewhere. So it's wonderful to be here.
Welcome.
And I should clarify, I have the privilege of representing the whole town of Northborough.
Yes.
So you just get one, Senator.
Okay. We sent you a letter, which we, particularly Diane, worked on very well, and I think asking you to, support some things and obviously give us millions of dollars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have, this is my first time going through at least an in-person version of this. Do you have particular responses or items that you'd like to cover, or would you like us to ask you questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time we did that I participated
Yeah.
last year, I think it'd be helpful, especially for the viewers at home, if you wanted to walk through, and we can certainly give an update on the process and where things stand.
Sure.
That
So this
works.
being our first hybrid meeting, as I may have mentioned, we
Yes.
have to figure out how to do this stuff.
No worries, no worries.
So let's see.
We're also very flexible in how to.
Yep, I assume I can share screen.
While you're doing that, we can say collectively congratulations on the formal name change
Oh yes.
that recently was finalized and signed by the governor, so.
Yeah, thank you very much for your help on that. So we have one step left to do, which I think we're going to do at our next regular board meeting at the beginning of May, which is to actually vote the name change locally. So the legislation that the three of you pushed through, thank you, thank you, thank you. Basically, it changes it in the charter and allows us to change the bylaw without going, all the bylaws, everywhere in the bylaws where it says Board of Selectmen, we can change that to Select Board without having to go through the town meeting process. We can do it with just one simple vote. So I wanted to wait until after town meeting, because town meeting is going to have other bylaw changes, and we do it the meeting afterwards. And my only personal preference there is we make sure that we do that while Kristen is still on the board, because Kristen has played a big role in that change, so that Kristen could be part of that. And by the way, I can see you on my laptop with your thumbs up, so thank you, Kristen. All right, so I think certainly everybody up here should see my screen and the text. Hopefully, I don't have any way of making it any larger than that, so hopefully that's, is that good enough?
Yeah, and,
Okay,
and
great.
Diane provided us all with copies
Yep.
too
Okay.
prior to this meeting.
Yep.
Diane, thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, great. So the first item is Chapter 90 authorization, a multi-year $340 million request or suggestion. Thoughts on that? It's where things go in the budget?
So, the House recently
Yes.
just passed it. Just confirming. And the Senate is actually taking up Chapter 90, I believe, this
Yeah.
week.
Okay, oh, great.
So
great.
I will note that the amount that the House passed does not reflect what the town requested, which I know this is not the first time that we've had this conversation with the town, and I think we certainly recognize that Chapter 90 is critical for both allowing municipalities like Northborough to not just budget your entire municipal budget, but also fix roads, which are which are in need of fixing. A couple notes on that. I want to make sure the town's aware, and we can certainly provide Diane and Tim more information. This is a bit premature because the Senate will obviously will take their own stab at it, and this might also come with the budget process, of which Representative Donahue and I will start this week. Into the next 2 weeks or so, we'll debate the House budget. But typically, the Chapter 90 as a whole, I think, doesn't necessarily reflect what it's being used for right now. I think when conversations I've had with the chair of transportation is that it needs to be reformed at some point. So in lieu of that, rather than sort of put more money into what is a system that we are long overdue to address, and I can't sit here and tell you when that might be. We have a lot of other things on the docket this legislative session, but we have created this session and in my first session, and I believe we will continue to do so, grant programs that will allow the town to apply for not just sort of smaller projects, but larger repairs that are needed. So these are things like, complete streets grants funding, things like that. I know there was like $250 million put into the grant process that was competitive, but towns were able to apply for. So all that is to say, while I know that what the House voted on did not necessarily reflect what the town requests, keep an eye out, and we will do everything we can to make sure you guys are aware of opportunities to hopefully address what I know is a critical need. I mean, we drive on these roads ourselves too, so trust me, we feel it like everybody in town when we go over a pothole and whatnot. But and so we will continue to keep those communications open and stay tuned, because I know there'll be other opportunities for some of those infrastructure repairs going forward.
So I brought up the exact numbers, and Bill 4529 provided $200 million in Chapter 90 funding, and $150 million, as Rep. Kilcoyne mentioned, in spending to support 6 state grant programs cities and towns can access for help with local transportation-related projects. Now it's up to the Senate.
Done.
Yes. Well, that was easy.
We'll get back to you at the next meeting. No, we're
thank you.
taking it up. We
Thank you.
should be taking it up this week.
Before we move on to this, any comments or questions from the board or staff on the Chapter 90? Thank you very much. I mean, we, as many towns do, will request high with where we think things should be, understanding that the legislature can't provide everything that every town wants. We understand the reality of that, so we appreciate you moving that forward.
I have a question.
Yeah, Julianne.
Do you have any information on how roadways are being affected by the amount of trucks that we're experiencing now?
No, I don't. I mean, we certainly could ask MassDOT about that if they have any data. I know Hudson Street in particular, I've heard from residents there, as well as it goes into the 290 interchange, that there's concern about additional truck capacity. But I don't, unless you know off the top of your head in terms of any data.
We'd be happy to look into that. I don't, like the senator said, I certainly don't have personal data on that information. I'm sure Mass DOT does. I'm sure it's something they factor into, and especially in some of the new projects coming forward, or new repairs, but I can't sit here and say I know specifics about that. That's very technical. So we typically don't know sort of the nuts and bolts of that, since, we do pass the funding amount, but we don't, do the projects, I guess, ourselves. But happy to look into that further.
Well, you probably have guessed where I would go with that. I mean, if e-commerce is using our roads, right? And if those trucks are affecting roads more than my little car, how do we make that fair?
Well, the 495 Metro West Partnership has a position, I don't want to call it a position paper, a white page on the impact of e-commerce on the roads. I'm not sure exactly how much detail it would provide. In terms of the equity of it, obviously they pay more gas tax than your little vehicle, but to my knowledge, there's nothing else that's in place to say this business has more impact on the roads and therefore should be paying a higher gas tax.
Okay, thank you.
Would they do it, is it only through gas tax that they actually would be able to get more money for that?
No, it's through the general fund, at least to my knowledge, it's through the general fund, but the gas tax is,
It's part of what
Contributes to it.
Chapter 90 is funded with, pretty much. So, just to get back to a little bit of what you said, so we've asked for more than what we would normally get for Chapter 90, and you said, but they're finding some problems and they're gonna wait to, is it wait to do additional than what they normally get?
No, I think what I want to be clear about is when Chapter 90 was created, it's created, what, like 40 years ago? I'm not even sure of the exact date itself, but, oh, a little blowback there. And so I think that, you know, one thing the legislature is always careful to do is they're very hesitant to up spending, significant spending. So, you know, it has been traditionally funded at $200 million. So before putting another $100 million into that, there would want to be assurances that that money is going to where it's needed. And so I think the thing that is important to keep in mind is that while we go and advocate as strongly as we can for all of the communities that we represent, we have to make, we're not the only ones that has that voice there. And there's a lot of competing things that are looking for that state funding as well. So I know that when we're looking at something like Chapter 90, the reason that, at least to my knowledge, that some of the money has been supplemented with grants, such as the $150 million, versus putting it in Chapter 90, we feel that's a better way to ensure that the money is being allocated in a way that's equitable and going to where it's most needed, rather than using the Chapter 90 formula, which I know provides a lot of benefits to towns in terms of anticipating what that money is going to be used for, may not actually be the best way to ensure that the money is being directed at things that need to be repaired. So this, for instance, when you do Chapter 90, you get your allocated money, and I apologize, I don't know what the Northborough allocation is off the top of my head. I think, but it sometimes falls, but somewhere, 200,000 maybe out of that 200 million. I don't know what you guys got last year.
Don't remember off the
Trying to
top of my
find it.
If you find it, Tim, just let us know, because so you get that money, right? And it's not that much, right? So that will provide some basic repairs that you won't have to dip into the municipal general funds for. But we know that a lot of the road repairs that are needed, we're talking multi-million dollars. So I think the thought is, and I apologize if I maybe misspoke, because I don't want to, think that this is going to happen imminently, but we feel for now, unless we decide to revisit Chapter 90, that the grant process allows municipalities like Northborough to have an opportunity to get not just another, say, if we added that 150 million to Chapter 90, if you got about 200,000 out of Chapter 90 with 200 million, with another 150 million, you're only looking at maybe $50,000 more. And I want to preface this saying I did not get elected for my math skills, so this is all poor calculations done in my head, but it's not going to be what you probably could need it for. Whereas if there's a grant that comes out that's looking to, build a new bridge or repair a whole section of sidewalks, you may have an opportunity to get $1 million versus increments of $100,000 or even tens of thousands of dollars. So I hope that makes sense.
I have Jason Little has
Yeah, I was
raised his
just gonna
hand.
say.
Yep. So Jason, if you could chime in, I'm sure you have better information than anyone in this room.
Oh, yeah. I would just add that the amount that we typically get is $550,000 from Chapter 90 in our annual allocations. So what I would point out as well is that leaves a funding gap that we have. We need to spend $1.1 million at least to maintain the current condition of our roads. So we're left with a $600,000 funding gap, basically. So that comes from our general fund and from taxpayers in the local districts. So I just wanted to add that.
No, thank you, Jason. I appreciate the additional information, but
Yeah, I think in terms of a couple options for further conversation, one, the fair share amendment does speak to 50% of the funding going to transportation, and while that's more of the transportation, I think in future years, as that pot continues to grow, I think we can continue to have conversations around the impact on roads as well. The other piece, the benefit to the e-commerce, is the addition of the commercial tax base that they bring with their facilities. And so whether it's there's an opportunity for a local conversation, whether those facilities are located in Northborough or if they're located in abutting communities in terms of kind of mutual aid and support, because they do bring a significant commercial tax with them, which again then is a benefit to Jason's point, to the local tax contributions to offset some of the damage that their trucks then leaving those facilities or coming to their facilities would be causing, so.
So then getting back to grants, that you were talking about grants, and then Complete Streets is one of the grants that we have applied for and actually received an okay on. Will that amount of money increase, or is what was in the grant program, is there was 100,000 every year for 5 years, is that staying, or is that changing to 100,000 for 6 years or 7 years, or 200,000 for 10 years?
So that would be decided by the administration, who's whatever executive office, I'm assuming Mass DOT. Do you know?
Yes, Mass
yeah.
DOT does Complete Streets.
So they administer those grants. My guess would be no, because I think they have a certain pot of money that we allocate in the budget process for those Complete Streets. If there's another round this budget cycle that gets allocated for that, that would, I think, start a whole new round of grants. So they're not going to go back into approved grants and sort of add more money. There'd
Okay.
be another application process that they would open up to you. And we try to do our best on our end. So when we see these grants go out, we try to let you guys know as best we can. So we certainly will try to keep you apprised of those opportunities.
Okay, so in our case, then it would be better off if there are the additional ones that you're talking about, that they're different grants, like for a specific area. In the case of saying, if, sidewalks that we would
Yeah.
like to repair or whatever, whether that would be, so many feet of sidewalk or what have you, that would be a specific request or a specific grant. But that hasn't actually happened yet. They haven't actually put together
No,
those new grants.
we just to give you a sense of where we are right now in the cycle, the House has just passed Chapter 90. The Senate will be taking that up at some point soon, I believe. Yeah, and on top of that, we're still in the middle of our legislative budget process, so, which is why this meeting is quite timely. So Representative Donahue and I will be reviewing the House Ways and Means draft of the budget this week.
Okay.
Amendments will be due, we'll be filing amendments before Friday, and then April vacation will be reviewing a lot of the amendments that have been filed by our colleagues and what has to be debated, and we'll be debating it the last week of April. And we will hopefully we will be passing a budget that week. And then once we're done with that process, the Senate will then take it up in the month of May.
Okay.
And then we'll have to reconcile those versions. So our goal is always to have the budget process done by July 1st. That has not, as I will admit, that has not always happened. But we will try our best to get it done, I know, as best as possible. But once we get through that process, we will have a better idea, and you'll have a better idea of what grants will be available for the fiscal year 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. We ready to move on to the next item here? MSBA. I think this is removing an $800 million cap and allowing public preschools to be included in the accelerated repair and core program. MSBA is something that we're actually going to be talking about later in this agenda as we start the feasibility process on Peasley Elementary School.
And congrats on it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering maybe it'd be helpful to talk about schools
Sure.
as a whole.
Sure. We have,
'Cause
yeah.
I know there's several other items on the list that speak to that. And I think, I'm hearing overwhelmingly, I appreciate that the inflation rate that was determined this year is far lower than expected and is causing much challenge, far lower than even the cap, 1.9%. So I know that's a significant challenge. I know we've been advocating with Ways and Means and with our education chairs around addressing that for communities. It's tricky because there's no formula to it. It's the calculator that gets used. Now there are other calculators, there are other mechanisms to address that, but I think that there is an understanding that there are school districts across the Commonwealth that are facing significant deficits because of that inflation rate that was set this year. And so I do know that we've certainly been talking and advocating we still recognize the crisis with the special education transportation and what that happened a couple of years ago, and making sure that that stays funded, as well as looking at the per pupil reimbursement, which is something that I do think, I know I can speak in the Senate side, I imagine the House is looking at it as well, but that's something that, in raising with Ways and Means Chair and Education Chair, that's something that we're looking at, again, to help offset, which again, that will be helpful for communities, not necessarily bigger cities. Certainly SOA is still, Student Opportunity Act is still moving towards full implementation. I know that there's some challenges with, again, everything has some benefits and struggles with it, including the new Student Opportunity Act funding formula. So I think across the board, we're certainly, as it relates to education funding, and again, that's the other 50% of the fair share amendment allocation, so where we can make sure that we're continuing to invest. I think, and I would actually like to talk forward, I missed this piece in the letter around the school building authority for public preschools, and where that fits separately from the actual building as school building as a whole. But I know the administration, through executive order, and it's in the Early Ed Act that went through the Senate and the House is working on the CPPI. I always forget what the acronym stands out, but it basically funds a universal pre-K through municipalities, so that it can be a partnership between the public schools and private nonprofit or early education and care programs, so that we can increase access to early education and care. And so there may be some capacity through that to be able to, if there's particular building needs relative to public preschools, something that can be addressed. And, I think holistically, I think the School Building Authority is something that we need to be re-examining. I think that almost all of our school buildings, or so many of our school buildings, are far past their shelf life. And, whether it's increasing capacity and increasing exemptions eligible for the accelerated repair program, so that we can continue to keep moving towards fully accessible buildings while doing so incrementally, because we know, $200 million buildings are very hard to be able to fund in communities, and a $20 million project may be more feasible. And so looking at how the MSBA, as well as, working with the MSBA to look at their contribution. I know that's something that has been a challenge, as well as that's been decreasing on the per square footage reimbursement from the MSBA compared to what the towns have to implement. But
I just want to add briefly, I want to really give a credit to Senator Robin Kennedy. She has made an effort, I know you've made an effort to visit every school in your school district, including the town of Northborough, and she was gracious enough to include myself and Representative Donahue along for many of the trips, which I think always is helpful for us to see, especially where we might not have attended the school or don't have children in the school system, to see the reality of what these buildings are. Many of them I know were built in the 1950s and 60s. I think the most recent one we toured was Melican Middle School, which we got to see firsthand some of the challenges of when that building was built, which was in the 1970s, and some of the limitations on airflow, size capacity, even things like natural light. The standards have shifted so much from beyond where many of these schools were built. Clinton has the same issue right now with their middle school. It was built almost the exact same time, and they have boxes in their classrooms too, and are currently kind of going through the same conversations that Northborough is. But I really want to credit the senator, because I think it was a really important a way for all of us to become better educated with what the children and the communities here, and the incredible work that the teachers and the principals in this school district are doing. I will just also add that in addition to some of the priorities, I know regional school transportation is a huge one for both Northborough and Southborough. In my other towns I represent, all but one are regional school districts, so we absolutely understand the transportation needs, and I know we all will be doing what we can to get that reimbursement rate up as high as we can.
Yeah, I know that's.
I would also put in a plug, and we mentioned this when we were visiting Algonquin. I know that one of the challenges communities are facing is access to vocational programming. And while we address that at our beautiful vocational programs across the state, I know that there's an opportunity to increase capacity to Chapter 74 programming at some of our comprehensive high schools. And so where we have schools that maybe have carpentry facilities or welding spaces, certainly where we can work in partnership to look at getting some Chapter 74 funding, so that students can take more from it. It wouldn't be a full Chapter 74 program as you would get at a vocational school, but it would be a certification which could give more students access to the hard skills that they can graduate with. So that's something that everywhere I try to raise so that we can, because I know access to that programming is becoming more and more of a demand, and so getting more seats available in all different types of innovative capacities.
The balance between the voc tech schools and the public high schools, whether they be single community or regional, is always challenging, because we should give kids the education that best suits them. And I think if a lot of kids are going to a voc tech school, maybe that means that some of them would be best served by a slightly different model of the high school, the traditional high school, of the regular academic courses and a little bit of vocational. So I appreciate that you're looking at that. I think that's valuable and possible cost savings in addition to better education for the kids.
Absolutely, and I know they have great programs at Algonquin, so if we can help elevate that.
On the education front, I wanted to mention that one of the things that I'm proud of that we've done is the permanent universal school meals. And just to follow up on what my House colleague said, thanks to the senator for setting up the meetings, and to the town and the school administration for being so accommodating. So anyway, I am a member of the Education Committee, and I've learned a lot about the challenges facing our schools here, especially early education and childcare, which the senator and I had firsthand experience looking at some of the issues dealing with that.
I'll say that funding the school lunch program permanently is, just as a parent, it's just so much easier.
Yeah.
And it's not, for many people it's the cost, for many people it isn't the cost, but it's one huge thing that parents don't have to think about anymore. Just, the kids will get lunch.
Yeah, and we want to personally thank the town of Northborough and the superintendent, because I know before this was made permanent, there was, you advocated to make this permanent, and you advocated for the need. I think there's a misconception that school lunches is only for communities that maybe have a lower socioeconomic demographic or don't look like the town of Northborough, I should say. And I think it's important that one thing that I think your advocacy helped not just teach us, but I think the legislature as a whole, that this is needed no matter what, the tax bracket is of a community. There are people that there are students, I should say, children that need access to these meals in every single town across the Commonwealth. And this has done so much to reduce stigma, so those that might not have been seeking it out before now are. And I think no matter your tax bracket, if you're a working parent, it's probably really hard to remember to give your kids money for lunch or to pack a lunch. So I just want to thank the town, because I really think you were a critical voice in making sure that we saw this as a statewide priority and not just for specific school districts. So thank you for that.
Just to follow what the chairman said, I have a systems background, and when I learned how much money that could be spent on other things was being spent on tracking and collecting money, it just seemed like a really obvious choice, not just for all the other reasons, but why spend money on collecting money if you can just simplify the administration for the parents, for the school, for everybody?
Yeah, so it was a good thing that came out of the awful thing that was COVID. Was that. Everyone okay if we move on past education to unrestricted general government aid? I think is our next item. So this is unrestricted general government aid. I think it's the one that used to be called lottery aid. So people remember that. This is just a plea to increase that amount to give us a little bit more of unrestricted aid that we can do with other things.
I think maybe that's a good opportunity to talk about the budget as a whole.
Sure, sure.
Budget, because I think that, and certainly we'll see Wednesday in the House and through the House process and the Senate, although I'm encouraged by, so again, setting the tone, I think everyone is come to hear revenues have been below benchmark for several months now. This is going to, FY25 is going to be a tough fiscal year. I think the good news is that, or the okay news is it's not time to panic yet. It's really adjusting to pre-COVID and inflated revenues that we've seen over the last several years. So it is more of a realistic budget for pre-COVID and pre-federal increased revenues, et cetera, which unfortunately are going away as of this year. ESSER funding for education and several other ARPA programs expire this year. So that's really unfortunate. But this is more of, at least, kind of what we're hearing is a resetting year. But that's going to be a difficult process to reset. As far as I've heard, there's no decreases or no touching to UGA funding in terms of any kind of cuts or decreases. That said, the likelihood of any increases, this may not be the year for that, to talk increases. We've been told level funding is your victory this year, unfortunately. But that said, I think, as we go through the budget process over the next 2 months, both in the House and Senate chambers, we'll certainly be tracking that closely and making sure that holds true.
Yeah. We would love to tell you that, yes, you're going to get an increase, but that's just not realistic, especially this cycle. I know every effort will be made to maintain level fundings for unrestricted government aid and other priorities that we're talking about today, but we do want to make sure that we're cautioning, I've been saying the same conversation to every town, just cautioning that this is going to be a bit of a different cycle than we've seen the last few years in terms of revenue. But like the senator said, no need to panic, but we're maybe don't anticipate massive increases across the board here.
Okay. I don't think anyone ever anticipates massive increases, but small ones are, as a bonus, are sometimes nice. Everyone okay if we continue to move along?
Yes, I think that's one.
Next up is something that I've been giving a lot of thought about, and the town of Northborough has been giving a lot of thought about, an act creating a municipal and public safety building authority. I think many towns, including us in the past, have come at this from, hey, can't you give us some money to help us build fire stations and town halls? And yes, can you give us money to build fire stations and town halls, because they are getting more and more expensive. And I know every year there's a bill filed to do this, and it has not yet gone through, because the biggest question is, how do you fund it? I'd love for you to tell me something different this year, but I don't expect that. I will give you a different perspective, that I think this could be useful without funding. Even more useful with funding, but very useful without. So we have been going through the design process for a new fire station in Northborough. I think you're all aware of that. I'm a member of that committee. And a lot of the questions that we discuss and that we receive from others is, well, how come you're more or less expensive than this fire station or that fire station or this fire station? And there's no central database of, clearly, this is every fire station that gets built in Massachusetts. Where there is for schools, because all the schools go through MSBA, and there's amazing, wonderful data that is so helpful, even for us to reference for, cost per square foot trends that comes from MSBA, with the data that they collect, because they're a central agency for all of that stuff, that I think, even without funding, some aspect of this type of organization at the state level would be helpful to towns as they begin to plan for fire stations, town halls, DPW garages, and other municipal funding that is not already sort of having a good state structure for assistance. Schools, the MSBA is a fantastic organization. I've been through several times, in another community with some projects, and they're really great to work with. And the fact that they provide you millions of dollars helps too. And the State Library Board, of course, provides a lot of funding for library projects. and they provide, similar technical assistance. So, and the technical assistance is another part that, we as a community are figuring out how to build a fire station. And by the time we get to build the next fire station in another 50 years, none of us are going to be part of this process anymore. And all of that will be long forgotten. It would be really, really helpful to communities to have some professionals like there are for MSBA, for schools, to guide towns. So like, hey, this is what you should be doing. This is what you should be expecting. Here are good ways of communicating with stakeholders. Here are some good things to put into your request for proposals for architects and OPMs. That I think that unto its own could be really valuable, again, even without the money attached to it that we'd really like.
No, I mean, I agree. I think this has been going on since before I got elected. Back when I worked for Rep. Naughton, when he was chair of public safety, we heard this not just from Northborough or this district, but all over the state. Pretty much every single community I represent is in need of a new police or fire station. So, I mean, I agree. I think it's something we hope to continue to work on, continue to advocate for. I know you referenced some of the bills in the letter. So I don't have any sort of time frame and I don't know where the bills are off the top of my head, but we will continue to work with the town on the fire station as best we can, do what we can to support that project. But I appreciate your recognition that there's some wider benefits statewide that we could look to as well.
Yeah.
I appreciate that comment, and I did some research into the likelihood that would pass. Some of you might know Westborough's looking at building a new senior center. And just in passing, I'll mention that when the senior center comes up, they always point to Northborough as an example of a great senior center.
As they should.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question about well, it's a kind of tangential to this. One of the things that I think we all can admit is that towns, municipalities have to pay a certain percentage more because of state requirements like prevailing wage. And as you're discussing the high cost of what we're incurring, you could just remember that maybe there are some things and other aspects that you could tweak, like there's some of those sometimes big obstacles before we can even get a project off. So
it's something that, as a first-year legislator, as we meet with people, I'm always asking, what regulatory change might there be out there? Because as my colleagues have been saying, finances are going to be problematic. Level funding's a victory. But there are little tweaks that I've been hearing about, for example, when we talked about it at the child care meeting. A slight change to ratios could make a big difference. So if you've got examples. I personally believe that we should be paying prevailing wage to the people who are working on municipal projects, but I don't know if there are other tweaks that you think might be appropriate.
I'll get back to you.
No, absolutely. And I think, the flip to that is if we could be proactive and look at incentives for those that are, that are doing right by local employees, by, good contractors that are not, involved in wage theft and things like that. And so I think there are absolutely some proactive ways in which we could be creative to support towns as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this one?
Mitch, yeah,
Oh,
I
Kristen.
have my,
Yeah.
yeah, don't forget that I'm here.
Yeah, no, I don't forget you're here. I don't
I know.
see the little hand that goes over your face. It doesn't catch my eye as quickly as I could.
Okay, and I don't know if everybody else can see me, but as long as they can hear me.
We can see you.
We can see you.
Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. So it's nice to see all of you. I just thought that I would point out quickly that one of the things that is a real buzz right now in Northborough is like the fire station conversation, because like Mitch mentioned, we need a new fire station, but also we have begun discussions and we did a feasibility study on a new town hall, and station costs just for the fire department, about the same or maybe even more as a new town hall for all the other staff other than, you know, the library and the police and the senior center. So it's really hard for people to swallow all that, all those expenses all at once. And I understand that, and it is. It's just really alarming for people. So I know we're just having this nice conversation, and everybody's sort of, yes, like these are all the things we like to talk about. But this is a really urgent need, I think, in probably in lots of towns, and because these buildings are, you know, tens of millions of dollars for the towns to build, and it's just, if you need more than one of them at a time, and then maybe you also need a school like Northborough, it's just, people are just in sticker shock, total sticker shock. So the faster you can do something, and I know politics moves at a glacial pace, but just a heads up, that's one of the really big things going on in Northborough right now.
No, and I think as Rep. Kilcoyne said, I appreciate that, because I think every municipality has at least one school and at least one public building that needs to be replaced. And also looking at, you know, there's some other municipalities that have replaced, you know, one of their schools 2 or 3 times in the past 50 years because they have the resources to do so. We absolutely have to make sure that and I think that we're committed to and keep pushing to make sure that every child across our Commonwealth has that same experience, and that our public safety buildings are safe buildings and you know, accessible. Yep. and figuring out the innovative strategies to be able to get to that.
Right, because like the fire department, they work so hard. I don't know if any of the 3 of you have had an experience doing a ride along, but I'm pretty sure the Northborough Fire Department would take you anytime. They're the nicest people. And they are all like, I don't know if you have any nurses or doctors in your family, but they're a lot like that. They're just people who want to help people. Sure. And you just want to give them the very basic bones resources that they need to do the best job they can do, because ultimately their job is helping us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Kristen. We appreciate those comments, and
sure.
Absolutely understand the sentiments behind them. I don't think we've had the privilege of doing a ride along, or at least I haven't. But really the fun. Chief and the fire staff have always been so accommodating to us. I have visited the station. I think we all have at some point, and they always are very willing to talk to us and talk about what they're doing. So appreciate the comment and the advice for that. So thank you.
Sure.
And Kristen, I'll add that I apologize again for not seeing your hand up when it was. If I don't see it again, just yell out. That's fine. Developing the skill set for all the new hybrid toys.
I will. I think you're doing a really good job, Mitch, so far.
Thank you, Kristen. All right. Are we okay moving along? Lisa?
Yeah, I have probably another recommendation, that we hear about being able to do tax write-offs for developers, to be able to make it worth their while to put in housing. And that I've been talking to a few developers who've also talked about, in these municipal buildings, is there no way that we can use materials and such that are donated by a manufacturer that could also be written off, because the manufacturers are willing to do it. I've talked to a couple of manufacturers who were up this weekend. I went to a couple of shows. And that it's the incentive for them to do it, because they have a budget of a certain amount of materials that can be utilized. And then they get a tax write-off, which works better for them because of their income that they make with their product and the markup on that product. So again, it wouldn't be a direct cash situation, but I don't know that we actually can, in a municipal way, utilize that sort of thing. You hear you can utilize it when it's a Friends of or nonprofit, but because we talk about the prevailing wage being phenomenally high, that there has to be some way that we could maybe work these projects into making them a little bit more affordable on that side, and not just have it for the one. So obviously there was a model that was put together for the developers to build affordable housing, could there not be a model to be put together for municipalities who are also in the same situation and trying to get those products, whether they be roofing materials or siding or any of the other materials that, major manufacturers do here in the United States.
I'm not familiar with programs to be able to donate materials per se, which I'd love to learn more. I do know of, TIFs and other HDIP funding, other tax incentives for developers to build housing. Those kind of funding mechanisms would be somewhat probably complicated, since it would be a municipal building that the end user, so I don't know who the TIF would be. But I do think, I would love to learn more about any entities that are able to donate materials and figure out how we can get those into use, for sure.
Because, basically, the taxpayer is paying everything. So if you can alleviate some of that expense by giving an incentive to another source, could be a win-win.
No, I'd be interested to hear more. I haven't heard of that.
As the senator said, it sounds like an interesting concept. Is this something that you've just been thinking about, or do you know of this being done in other states, or?
Well, I don't know that any municipalities have asked for it. I just know that, the manufacturer that does AZAC and Versatech was the rep who told me about it and said that we do this. And maybe you could find a way of getting a tax, for us, the tax write-off. You obviously don't get it as the recipient of the materials. But the person who's donating X amount of materials at X amount of cost, or even a discount, does a win-win, because there's a bit of play, and you have big enough manufacturers that are willing to do it in some respects. You would just have to be able to figure out the vehicle to be able to open that door and then have participants coming in and saying that, company A, B, or C has either met whatever the state's requirements are to offer that, and so that then they could, also benefit.
Interested to learn more about that and what that could look like as a potential future tax bill component.
Okay, well, I'll do what I can to find you more stuff.
Absolutely.
Are we okay to move on? Okay. Next item, hopefully we can move things along reasonably quickly. Act to modernize funding for community media programming. Near and dear to my heart as a big fan of public access cable. We've mentioned, of course, several times that we're going out live via hybrid to the internet and to Verizon and to Charter through the course of cable. And we have cable staff at the back of the room making this happen. That cable staff is funded by a tiny percentage of the cable bill, and as people are disconnecting from cable TV, that funding source is drying up. So as people are finding replacements, such as streaming video and things like that, it would be nice to find a way of getting that funding. So I know that's been discussed at the legislature. It's certainly been discussed at the federal level. I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
So this is not the first time I've heard about this bill. Several other local access stations I represent have also expressed support for it, and I think I certainly, I should say, share your sentiments of the importance of saving it. We are losing, we have a great community. The Community Advocate is an incredible source of information and news for these communities, but we know local press is struggling, and the coverage and access to these public meetings are pretty much some of the most critical components of our democracy. Not to sound over dramatic, but it's true. So, share your sentiments on wanting to do what we can to help support saving public access channels. And I will say a few others have reached out on it. I know I do not have one right now, but colleagues do these like legislative shows. And I was on one for Representative Higgins in Leominster, and they shared with us similar sentiments as you and support for that bill. So always hopeful to hear of it, though, from other parts of the state. I think it's important for any issue, any legislative issue, to have for us to hear from other communities, so we know it's broader than just sort of the individualized silo. So thanks for highlighting it.
And I think this bill in particular, I know, has been extended, House 74, so which I think at this point is good news, because that means it's still an
Yeah.
active.
Still alive.
Not dead
I know
yet,
it's good when
yeah.
it gets reported out of committee, but even better means that these are, the bills that have been extended or the bills that legislators are actively working on and just needed some additional time before they could put it out of committee. So I think we can follow, as time is running out on extensions, we can certainly follow up and
And I did actually follow up on March 20th with the chairman whose committee is working on this, and her response was, "It's a very popular bill. Tell them we are working hard on
Well,
it."
there you go then.
There we go. Well,
Can't
take
have a
that.
better update than that in the legislature.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's good to hear. That's encouraging to hear. Any other comments or questions before we move on to the next one? There are a couple of library-related bills. We were requested to insert these from the library director. We also talked about these at a library trustees meeting. You know,
yes,
yeah.
we agree. We support.
Great. Yeah, I think at least one of them, I think I saw your name on,
Yeah.
on them.
Well, I think it's,
yeah.
this is, I think, an example of what makes Massachusetts so unique is we're not just sitting back and saying we won't allow, or we're not prohibiting books, or we're not going to have book bans. This is about proactively
Yeah.
preventing book bans from taking place. So I think this is, I think that they're moved out of committee and they're now into their next steps, which is good. They're not going to stay, they're in favorable.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be just working with our colleagues to see what we can get done this legislative session.
And shout out to the libraries in Northborough. We've used the library here for meetings at various times, and they are some of the best advocates for some of these issues too, and are always willing to talk to us. So
We
they're
love
listening.
we love our
Great
library.
job.
Yeah, we do. The other bill in here is related to ebooks. And I'm not too familiar with the intricacies of that, but I know that publishers charge a lot of money to
Yeah.
libraries for using ebooks relative to what any of us could buy an ebook for individually, where, it used to be buy a book, a real
Right.
paper book, the same price, and you could do with it the same thing. Lend it to your friends, or the library would lend it out to patrons. And Kristen, it does not surprise me, you have some thoughts on this one as a lover of libraries?
Yeah, and as a writer, I just want to say thank you for supporting this, and thank you to all the legislators. I'm just trying to make sure I use the right words because I'm editing myself in my head. But all the legislators in Massachusetts who are supporting this, it's really more important than people realize, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And if I understand with the e-book, it's actually flipped. It costs libraries more. So it used to be cheaper to get a book from a library than paying for the book, and now it's
Yeah.
the costs are, but they're not, the consumer's not getting the cost, and so.
Yeah, so what's happening is the publisher is selling the ebook to the library at a much higher cost than they would sell the same exact ebook to a regular person, and limiting its distribution to, maybe you can only loan this out to 20 people and then you lose access, or you can only lend it out for a year and then lose access, then you've got to buy it again, and that's causing some trouble. I mean, luckily, paper books are still very, honestly, more popular than ever, but a lot of people prefer ebooks. So, libraries want to meet that demand, and it's proving very challenging, and hoping that the state can provide some way of equalizing that to some extent.
Well, and a shout out to my very attentive aide who's on the call listening in, who just texted me to say that his bill is also, the ebooks bill has also been extended, so.
Oh, good.
Brian Bates, thank you. Shout out, demonstration that we're only as good as our staff is to help us. But that's also a good sign that that's still being extended and being considered, so.
Good, thank you, Brian. Okay, any other questions on either of the library bills? OPEB, it's on our list every year. It's a tough one. I don't know if you can offer anything particular to OPEB, or, we have Jason Litter, our finance director, if he has anything specifically to grant, other than, you know, trying to understand, you know, come up with ways that, that we can improve the funding and decrease the liability on part of the town would be helpful.
Do you know, Mitch, if, and I apologize for not knowing this, but the letter, is there existing legislation regarding OPEB that the town supports, or is it just sort of more of a general request to sort of look into the issue as
I
a
think it
whole?
was general.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
general. Jason, I know you're on the call. Feel free to chime in if you know of something. If you don't, that's okay.
Well, I just hope that there was an OPEB reform commission a number of years ago. And when that wrapped up, some of the, there were some reforms put into place, and some of them were unworkable, and they were reversed. And I think that the governor had talked about reforming the OPEB Reform Commission to continue studying it, so that was something we'd be in support of that.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. It always helps to have something a little concrete to kind of work towards, especially where, you know, we're 3 of 200 legislators. So something like if it's a little vague, it makes it a little more difficult to take action. But Jason, thank you so much for that information. I'd be happy to kind of look into what's going on with the commission and seeing if it's going to get sort of brought up again.
Right. I believe it's the Municipal Empowerment Act
Great.
that is proposed as being reformed as part of that.
We can double check that too. We haven't taken that up yet, so there'll be some opportunities for us to weigh in if it's not in there or if there's other changes we want to look at.
Thank you. Oppose unfunded mandates. You get that from every town every year. I'm certain of that. I don't think we need to go into that anymore, unless anyone has their favorite unfunded mandate that they wanted to bring up. And then we are putting in, you know, hopefully through you, for any possibility for earmarks for specific projects that we have. The fire station building project we've talked about already tonight. That's a very, very expensive project.
Yep.
It is what it is. I mean, this is what municipal construction costs these days. You know, this project is going to be in the, you know, we've made some adjustments to the budget. It's probably still going to be in the $40 to $45 million range, which is hard to believe. 5 years ago, you couldn't imagine a fire station costing that much, and now this is normal. You know, we want to make sure that we can provide the best, you know, public safety to the community as possible. And part of that, just one piece of that, is to have, you know, a quality and healthy building for our firefighters. And it is going to be hard to do that, you know, at these costs. So anything you can provide to help, as we, you know, we're planning to, you know, have our town meeting in October. Anything you can do to provide us some good news that we can share then would be fantastic. I'm not going to ask for any commitments now. Sidewalk repair project, and we've talked a little bit about some of those things. You know, this is ancillary to Chapter 90, that we want to do a lot more with sidewalk repair.
Can I ask a
sure.
question on sidewalk repair? One of my other communities approached me to see if there would be any interest on the part of the state in modification to the CPA to include sidewalk, either new sidewalks or sidewalk repair. I know
As
that's-
sort of a outdoor recreation
And
qualification.
they made the point, and I talked to other people, that in some of the more rural areas, like in Northborough, you have to drive someplace to hike. And that if there were sidewalks, then they were making the case to me that it fits the purpose of the CPA of recreation. And I wasn't sure I'm not sure that they'd be interested as a state, but I was curious as to if that's something that would help Northborough, or if you feel your CPA funds are all allocated for purposes that are already covered.
I mean, we certainly allocate all of our CPA funds. That would give us another tool. I like the idea.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a great idea.
No, give Southborough credit for that one.
Okay, thank you, Southborough.
Thank you, Sal.
Thank you, Southborough.
Okay.
I mean, open space or whatever, I mean, there's already a category maybe could open.
As I think all of you know, I'm out there walking the streets all the time, and there are some streets that just aren't safe to walk.
Right.
And if you live on those streets and you want to go for a walk, drive somewhere.
Right.
And there's so many benefits for allowing someone to get passive recreation right where they live rather than driving someplace.
Correct.
Or to
Or
be able
in
to-
many cases in Northborough, there are places where you can walk from your house, but you have to walk on a treacherous road to get to the trail
Exactly.
that is in walking distance to your house, but there's a really treacherous road that you have to walk down the side of because there's no sidewalk to get to that trail. That's the case for a lot of people, and I would think, yeah, Southborough and Northborough, yeah.
And then you have to build trailhead parking.
Yeah.
That's true, we don't have any of
Or a
that.
lot of places in proximity to those highway interchanges like Hudson Street again, that doesn't have a sidewalk, but even just for safety purposes for families and for the neighbors there, you know, I think that's a very interesting idea to create more capacity for creating sidewalks and repairing sidewalks for sure.
And it's very frightening to walk down one of these roads with an 18-wheeler zooming past you, you know, wheels, and it's the size of a building. So
Exactly.
very scary.
And then our last earmark request is we've got a neighborhood we refer to as Assabet Hill. It's a few different roads that are together, actually right behind where our new fire station will go. For historical reasons that have been lost to history, the roads and the drainage system under those roads are in really, really rough shape. The cost to repair them, it would be a top priority item, but the cost to repair them would completely eat up our Chapter 90 for probably 3 successive years. So, you know, that's something that the residents have done a great job advocating for, that might reach the level of, getting a little extra help from the legislature, part of an earmark to allow us to jumpstart that.
Yeah. I think it might be helpful too, and maybe Jason or town administrator can help, can get this information of like, is there a way to break up that funding in any reasonable way that can fund, because we may not be able to get 800,000. But fingers crossed, we'll still be able to advocate for some local priority projects. So if there's a percentage of that does, you know, the feasibility piece or does the
Right, to get it
purchasing of
started.
the yes, to get it started or to help support it, I think that would be helpful that we could.
Sure. If you could work with Scott Charpentier, DPW director, who has a big folder, probably bigger than this, on Assabet Hill, that can get you
certainly.
some summary information as to ways that we might be able to get started. Really do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then there are, you know, a list of a number of things. A couple of these are in the Municipal Empowerment Act that I know the governor has filed, and we won't have to go through all the bullets for there. You've been here for quite a while. Do you have anything else for us that you'd like to share with us this evening, or ask us any questions, and then we'll go around the room and see if the board members have
So
anything.
can I, okay.
Oh, I know most of you have heard me say this, but I just wanted to stress the fact that people across the state know how successful Northborough was and everything they did for the migrants at the O'Connor Lodge. And literally, when there was the incident where they were looking to move them with not as much planning as we would have liked to have seen, and we split up some of the calls, and I talked to the Lieutenant Governor, and she's like, Northborough? Why would they move Northborough first? They're doing great there. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the town for how supportive and welcoming they were.
Yeah, I think we're all very, very proud of this entire community and how well they responded. You know, a year ago, if you had asked me, you know, will the immigration crisis and the refugee crisis hit Northborough, and I wouldn't imagine it. It wouldn't have crossed my mind at all. We had no idea how to handle it. We figured it out fast. Great volunteers from the community, amazing staff. Thank you for recognizing that.
And the municipality so generous in lending your public health department employees, as well as all the support coming from the other departments and the other organizations in the town.
And I'll similarly thank, all three of you, in particular Kate, who I saw there a number of times, helping to feed and do all of the hands-on stuff in that first couple of weeks was really necessary and was great. So thanks to all three of you for really advocating really well for those Northborough residents that happen to be placed at the Econo Lodge.
And I think that's, it's certainly because it's a much bigger conversation that we're having now, and certainly what's happening in the funding and the costs, are certainly unsustainable. I don't think there's any question to that. I think both the House and the Senate are looking at ways to be able to solve for this, and I think, to Rep. Donahue's point, Northborough was really held up in the model for what was an unsupported site or didn't have a service provider attached. Really, the model of figuring out what the right resources to these individuals and families are, which is not necessarily the expertise of the emergency shelter system as it exists. And that, in providing the right resources and really wrapping and embracing these families, that within 6 months, the vast majority of individuals there were working and employed, and that in moving into housing within 6 months, and that just speaks to what the experience can be. And I say all the time, at a time when we are experiencing workforce crisis in every industry, we are fortunate that individuals are showing up here that are asking for work permits first. Towns like Northborough and other providers are offering a roof over their heads and a place to stay, but we know that, and other supports, but we know they're looking to work. And so finding ways to replicate under unique circumstances what Northborough was able to do here is going to be part of how we solve for this. Congress getting involved and actually helping is going to be another way that we can actually, because that is the reality. So much of what we're seeing now, and I think this is what we need to talk about. School meals is another example. Massachusetts stepped up to support school meals because Congress stopped funding it. And so, same thing, Congress has not been able to figure out how to not only address the immigration processes that need to be addressed to make it so that individuals can decide to move to America and move to our communities and get into the workforce and be able to settle in our communities. But also the funding that they've really left Massachusetts and other states out there on our own to figure out. And so I just want to echo what Rep. Donahue said of the gratitude for a community that stepped up and now is, all leaders in Boston keep speaking to what Northborough did. And we're not going to let them forget that either. And but under very difficult circumstances, and sometimes when it was made more difficult, Northborough just continued to show up, and certainly Kristen and her whole team were incredible. And I know many of her team members are still there doing the work. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I echo what both my colleagues have just said. Just tremendous effort by everybody in the community, and hard to believe where we all were 7 months ago. 9 months ago in August, I think, July.
Late July,
when we were coming to grips with what was going on, and just the kudos goes to everybody in the town that really worked to make those family feel welcome and safe. And I think, like Rep. Donahue and Senator Kennedy were saying, they're now working, and we do have a workforce shortage in the state. So hopefully we can take what's a challenge, and I think it'll prove to be a benefit to the Commonwealth as a whole. And you guys led by example. So thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments from the board, either here or remote, before
Mr. Chair,
to other items? Yeah.
I'm just curious about other means of taxation for local government. So we have an aging population, we have growing property taxes, and state aid is less than 8% of our total budget. And I was in Grafton for 12 years, and I tried to promote this with some legislators, to have a local option income tax. Has that ever been discussed in the House or the Senate or anywhere? Just because I look at the $1 billion we file collectively in local income tax.
Yeah.
And what we get back, I guess I put everything in my own perspective. If I'm looking at people who are aging in place, their income pretty much stays the same, and 13 cents of every dollar they earn goes to local property taxes. And then I think of me having 3 kids in a school, and it cost $9, $10, $12,000 for each kid to get educated under the model of education. But I only pay $12,000 a year for my property tax bill. I'm disproportionately better off, right, for having more kids. So a local option income tax where I'm the earner, even though it's a local option at a school district, like they do in the Midwest, they do it in Ohio, local option income tax, it's like a half or even 1. You wouldn't even need that much here, you'd be a lot less. But just, for the folks who are aging in place, freeze them, income eligible, whatever, age eligible, income eligible, freeze them where they are. The state can still collect it because you already collect it and then just disperse it like you would quarterly on our cherry sheet anyways. But just some other mechanism that just doesn't keep, from a cost perspective, I can tell you one department eats up the allowance under Prop 2.5. Maybe I should have started there.
Yeah.
So Prop 2.5 just gets eclipsed by one department. So we just can't, it's not sustainable. So the income tax piece, and I know I talked to other board members about this, it's very progressive versus a regressive property tax base, which it's cheaper to live here than it is our surrounding communities, 4 of them anyways, 3 are lower, 4 are higher. But at some point, we got to shift the burden of cost on the people who can afford it, the people who are working and have kids in school. I'm not trying to make a political speech, I'm just saying, put the burden where it belongs.
Yeah.
On me, just me. My own experience, I pay less for my kids than what the district pays for my kids to be educated.
I don't know
Well, I don't
that-
want to pay more, but we should be paying more.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate income tax is the most progressive tax, and that was the whole premise behind the Fair Share Amendment at the state level, right, is that those that are millionaires and above who are making that, have that, different capacity for sure, and I think, and I haven't heard of a local income tax option. It was certainly not something we debated during the tax package that we did pass earlier. I think we attempted to get at some of the concerns you mentioned at the state level through like the senior circuit breaker, which was doubled this year to help seniors again,
We're
help
ready to
them.
pass that at our town meeting.
Yeah.
So, we're trying to minimize.
Talk about technology. But I think that everything has to continue to be on the table, looking at the Affordable Home Act that was in the governor's budget, and out of both versions is the transfer fee, which will support municipalities and be able to increase the tax base at the municipal level. I will note, like probably most other things we would do relative to local tax initiatives, it would be by determination of the municipal government. So that including the transfer fee. So those kinds of things, I think that what we would try to do is create it. So I would say, we everything could be on the table. It would just be conversations with
Even if they could
municipalities
study it.
across if they would want to implement it.
Just to study it. I could study it here locally and know what the yield is for, a 0.25%, whatever it would be. But 351 municipalities could do the same. There's certainly poorer communities. But I don't know, there's got to be some tipping point where you can shift that burden.
Yeah, and to your point, I think we've looked and attempted at doing it at the state level, but to your point, I don't think we've done that. I'm
Yeah,
aware
I
of doing a local option.
And I don't know of any legislation that would kind of be in, that's doing what you're talking about. I would also say maybe, and this is just shot in the dark, maybe like reach out to Mass Municipal Association. They sometimes are good about knowing some of the policy that are out there for municipalities, and maybe we can reach out to them too. But if it's something you're interested in sort of advocating for further, it's always helpful to know if there's some sort of existing vehicle in place. But certainly an interesting idea, and if you have more information, just let us know
Sure,
at any
yeah.
time. Happy to look into
I just have what they do in, like, Ohio, where I started.
Yeah, we can look into what Ohio's doing, so that always is helpful too, where other states have.
I know New York has,
New York
the
City.
detail has something where seniors are exempted from some property taxes.
Well,
Another way to do it.
I don't have a lot of information on this, but I believe that it's the town of Arlington had a home rule petition that allowed them to do, separate from the circuit breaker, for example, but they allowed them to do some kind of separate real estate tax where seniors paid less. That's, I don't, someone mentioned that to me. Don't take that one to the bank, but that was mentioned that they thought they had done a local option for that. And I see Kristen, Mr. Chairman, I see Kristen's hand is up.
Sure. Kristen, yeah, yell out.
Thank you, Kate, for rescuing me. No, I was just gonna say, it's really hard to hear people all of a sudden. I don't know whether you're not talking as close to the microphones now or something, but the sound quality has changed. So if it's harder for me, it's probably harder for people on YouTube too. Like I couldn't really hear what Meg was saying there a minute ago.
I started
So
leaning
anyway,
back. Can you hear me now?
yeah, that's better.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think I was
Yeah,
just a
that
little
was
too far from the
probably
mic,
it.
that's all. We're
Yeah.
trying to share it amongst the three of us for the two mics,
Right,
so
right.
we'll
Thank
speak
you for
into it.
leaning forward.
Well, and I think that's an interesting option too, because what we're seeing in, despite kind of some of the narrative, but it isn't the older millionaire population that is leaving the state as a result of the millionaire tax. So I think that, you know, but then I think there's a lot to explore with that, right? Because if one community implements it, if it is a local option and another community doesn't, do you lose? I don't know. So I think it's we haven't seen people leaving because of it. It's much younger population that's leaving the state. So
Well, to Tim's point, I think you're gonna see a lot of gentrification for the seniors because they can't stay.
yeah.
So they're gonna have to try to go someplace where they can stay, and it's happening faster than anybody anticipated. And I think that anything that we can do to, certainly in our town, to keep, you know, you wanna have a good cross-section of a population.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too that speaks to multifamily affordable housing too. I know
Exactly.
that we can speak maybe some from experience, but that, you know, I often hear talking to residents that in every town, and actually I was saying to someone earlier that in Northborough, I remember knocking doors and seeing so many multi-generational households. And so much of it is because, you know, for the younger 20-somethings, as well as for the older population that maybe wants to downsize, wants to get out of the property tax that they have, and also no longer needs the multi-bedroom home that they've, you know, raised their family in, but there's nowhere or very limited space in all of our communities. I'm not speaking just to Northborough, but that for them to be able to downsize too. So that just speaks to again, both sides, right? The increased housing as well as making it affordable.
And you know, I talk to people about it. I'm a widow living in the house that my husband and I bought in 1977. And it's not the house that I need, but to find a place in the 13 precincts that I represent with this, you know, kind of artificial, some people say, oh, that's a great place in Meg's precinct. But you know, there's just not a lot of choices. I've got this particular limitation. ADUs can help, but they're not going to solve the crisis. And it's interesting, I had an employee in the early days of this century. This was the first time I felt personally impacted by the housing crisis and the migration. I had a young woman living here in Northborough who said she and her husband talked it over, and they realized they couldn't afford to buy a house and have children if they stayed in Massachusetts. Someone living in Northborough, and she quit her job and they left.
Yeah. And we're unfortunately hearing those stories far too often, I think, from every part of the state. But I mean, I think like we're trying to think of all policies that can help with this. So, I mean, if you do find more information, our inbox is open, our phones are open, our doors are open. Don't hesitate to send us some more info, and we're always happy to take a look. So.
Great. Julianne?
Well, I think your idea is brilliant. I think Tim's idea is really something to at least study. But, so what are you hearing about cottage housing and building that? I think I've heard that it's not that profitable for developers to put in cottage housing, but that seems to be where the need is homes for people like me who don't need the 4 bedrooms anymore and, you know, move into a smaller home. But where do you find a smaller home? So is there something we can do to entice builders to, you know, to start building what I call reasonable sized homes?
Yes, I think, you know, we talked a little bit about housing, but I know the House and Senate is looking at a very comprehensive piece of legislation right now that is aimed at trying to stimulate housing production across the board. It's currently was reported out of the Housing Committee, of which I sit. I'm vice chair of that committee. It just was heard in bonding because there is a bonding component of it. But we will be probably looking at that once we get through the budget process. And I think the Senate, once they get through their budget process, will as well. You know, in terms of cottage housing, I can't speak to certain provisions directly aimed at that off the top of my head. And I didn't bring my talking points with me, so I apologize. But I think there is a recognition that we understand across all income levels and across all ages, there's a need for stimulating housing production as fast as we can. So there's some regulatory things in there to help speed up some of this production if we can, especially for multi-unit housing. You know, we're seeing efforts along those lines across the state now. So we're trying to sort of build on that. Where there's certain things for first-time home buyers, so maybe not cottage housing, but for first-time family housing, for trying to make it easier for people to buy a home and start that process. So there's a lot in there, and I'm happy to get back to you on if there's anything particular to the issue that you're speaking of. And if not, you know, the bill is still under review, so there's still time to kind of see if there's other options on the table for cottage housing in particular.
Yeah. And I think part of it, you know, absolutely, and I think to Rep. Kilcoyne's point and the benefit of this bill, so hopefully we can get it done, is that it does speak to all types of housing, and there's incentives and policy strategies that gets at all types of housing. You know, I think that the bigger conversation with cottage homes is, you know, what the return on investment essentially for the developer is. And so, you know, if they have a plot of land, they certainly could, and there's funding available, incentives, et cetera, to be able to, you know, build 4 or 5 cottage homes. But I think for them, especially if they're going to be affordable, building a multifamily with, you know, 15, 20 apartments is probably a financially feasible or more feasible model. That said, I think that's where the devil's in the details of how we can actually work through some of this of, you know, if there are, you know, if for a community that makes sense to have that type of housing and there's a developer that's interested in developing that type of housing, you know, whether it's, I don't know, there are things through like affordable trust funds or things like that we could actually help incentivize a developer to do that. But again, where you could build multiple units, or even looking at things like townhouses that you could at least get more on a property than individual single-family homes that are, you know, just smaller in nature. So,
and I just add briefly too that I think maybe this isn't exactly a cottage home, but I think a problem we're also seeing is some homes that we traditionally think of as starter homes people can't leave because they can't afford to either upgrade or you know, or downsize to a smaller piece should they need it. Case in point, and I truly hope she's not watching or listening because she would kill me for mentioning her, but my sister lives in Northborough. And she bought her house a few years ago from a couple that was ready to move to a larger home because they had a few kids. Her house is near the middle school, so she's one of those like cute little neighborhoods, adorable little home. And she bought it, I think, gosh, time is flying by so fast, but it's been at least 5 years or more. I think it was around 2017. That would be what you might consider something like a cottage home. It is like less than 1,000 square feet. It's a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, single-story ranch. But the house that she bought it for all those years ago, it's no longer would be considered a starter home. It's people that the budget is so insane right now for trying to buy housing that my sister, if you're a family with a few kids, whatever your budget was when my sister first bought her house, so that the people that moved out of that house to buy another one, they probably paid about what my sister would get if she put her house on the market now. It's easily over $500,000, I would say. And again, I really hope she's not watching because she hates it when she's not political or she's very introverted. But I only use that as an example because I think this is what we have to do. This is the challenge before us. housing is stagnant right now, and that traditional way that we saw people sort of move through housing stock, whether it be you're starting, you get a starter home, go to a bigger home, then maybe as you grow older, go to maybe a condo situation. All of that is stagnant. And I meet a lot of older couples that have these smaller sized homes that want to go to a condo or assisted living or what have you, and can't, because they're sort of stuck where they are right now, because even if they sell their home for probably a really great price, the condo is just as, they're not gonna have a profit, and then they won't be afraid to support themselves. So
And the condo fees are so high.
Yes.
Yeah. In this district. When you talk about starter homes, someone talked about our neighborhood, and someone said, told me they were good starter homes, and she says, this is my finisher home.
Yeah.
And I look back, I talk about buying the house in 1977. That was the year I graduated from college. And how many new college graduates can buy homes the year they graduate? And it was, I don't want to say it was common, but it wasn't unusual back then.
Well, that's why I think the multifamily idea is not working, because as you want to downsize, living in a community of an apartment building is what you didn't want to do after you went to college and said, I'm never going to do that again. And then you go back into that building and go, oh yeah, I definitely don't want to do it. But the rents are just as high as you would pay for a mortgage when they're $2,500 to $4,000 a month. That's just not affordable. And the builder is going to get as much as he can out of his building. And it's not really, it's not helping.
Yeah.
It's helping the builder.
And that's why I think there's some language around that in the housing bond bill as well, but looking at inclusionary zoning policies or things like that municipalities can implement to help set standards like that, to set, maximum income rent caps, things like that would help address that. Because again, and especially if a developer is going to benefit from any kind of tax incentive, to then turn around and produce housing that's unaffordable for residents in the community is unacceptable. And we see a lot of that in Worcester right now.
And I don't think we're talking about one housing solution for any of this. I think we're just recognizing that across the board, we need more housing. So whether that's multifamily, whether that's single family, whether it's condos, I don't know, we need to none of this is going to replace what could be a solution. And we're not suggesting that, multifamily is the only answer, but it's just a piece of this puzzle, and pretty much everything has to be, on the table, right? Like, I mean, I live alone, and I live not exactly in a multifamily, but it's like a row house in Clinton, and I also rent. I'm not in a place where I can buy right now. I don't want to live in a single family home because I don't want to mow the lawn every day. I can go down to Sterling and visit my parents, or go visit my sister if I want a backyard. But, so for someone like me, or, other people that are maybe young professionals, maybe working in Worcester, multifamily could be helpful because they don't have that yard. But I'm not trying to harp on that. My only response was to you is we weren't suggesting or contradicting your point about the need for other housing stock. It's just everything's pretty much on the table right now. So we can give you a better update in hopefully a month or two.
Okay, great.
Where
Thanks
we're
so
at.
much.
Right. We have a lot of other things on our agenda tonight. Are we ready to wrap up this item?
Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
We, by the dialogue, we could obviously talk with you for hours now.
I know.
And both learn a lot. So this is great. I really appreciate you coming to Northborough. Welcome to Town Hall.
Yes, I know. It's lovely to be here with everybody. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome to you, officially seeing you here. Yes, exactly.
I'm going to call a 5-minute recess so folks could stretch their legs. Thank you. 5-minute recess. I'd ask for a thumbs up, but, oh, you can give me a thumbs up. There we go, from there. All right, welcome back. It is 8:45 PM, and we are resuming our meeting, and we have concluded an excellent discussion with our legislators. And next up, we have Carrie Martinick, Planning Board Chair, presentation on zoning town meeting warrant articles, on the zoning town meeting articles.
Excuse me, Mitch.
Yeah.
You want to finish what we were doing?
No, I want to, Carrie's been waiting patiently. Uh-oh. Do we have a technical issue? Oh, we just have the presentation up.
Or can we ask,
I'm sorry?
can we ask if the Zoom can see it? Or
Yeah.
Ask Kristen.
Yep. Kristen, can you see the presentation?
I can see it on the, whoever whispered, ask Kristen, good idea. I can see it on the,
That was Owen.
the board behind
Behind my
your
head.
head, Mitch, but
Yeah.
I don't have it on my screen, but
Okay.
that's okay.
All right, no, we need to find a way to share the screen so that
Oh, yeah.
people can see it better. We're working on that.
Oh, so I didn't touch that one. Good.
I'll bet you can now.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, Kristen.
Yeah, she-
Happy to help.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hide that.
Looks like Tim's shirt matches the screen.
The letter.
Yeah, that is not showing up. That toolbar up at the top is not showing up on the Zoom.
Good.
Yeah.
But this is.
Yes, that is. Yeah, I can actually see
You want
it.
to work
I'm
on
on
to
here too.
skip slides? You want me to do it? I can do it if you want.
No, that's great. I don't mind at all. I might,
Okay.
I can't see well, so I'll probably look at my laptop and hope that's translating. Hello, good evening. Thanks for having me.
Great, thank
Hello.
you.
I have to
Come on.
talk into the microphone here. I'm just gonna get my laptop situated. So, if you haven't seen this before, Lori has prepared what we'll be sharing at town meeting, which is this presentation right here. So it's a little easier, I think, than going through the Word document. However, if you have questions or want to refer to it, you're more than welcome, and I have that as well. So let's see.
Question before you start. Would you like questions as we go along, or would you like
Yeah,
questions at the end?
Well, you decide, whatever makes sense. If it's fresh in people's heads and you want to ask.
Yeah, if you don't mind questions as we go along, it's
No, I don't. And upfront contract, Lori's not here tonight, and for whatever I can't answer, I will just have to get back to you if you ask me something super tricky or,
It is possible that you may be able to provide answers through the magic of Zoom.
I know Mitch had some tricky ones, so. All right, let's see. Okay, great. So why don't we get started? Now let's see if I click it. Oops, it goes right to it. Okay, so actually, right along with some of the conversation that you were just having with the legislators, this is really about the MBTA housing. So the first article that we'll be presenting is our proposal for what this bylaw looks like and what areas of town that we've designated as for the MBTA. So if now, I don't necessarily want to read each bullet to you unless you want me to walk through it at all or what it consists of. Is everybody familiar with the MBTA zoning, or need me to back up a little bit?
At a high level, we definitely are.
Okay, so our main goal here, we had quite a few discussions on it. We really wanted to try to get a couple areas of town, and one including downtown, because in order to get some of the grants that we've been talking about for downtown revitalization, that required that some of the properties were downtown. So if you don't have any questions on the bill, on the actual background itself, I'm going to jump to what that looks like. Again, this is just explaining it at town meeting. We're going to want to talk about it a little bit with people in terms of what it entails, how Northborough is an MBTA adjacent community, and what our requirements are by the state. And non-compliance is really, it impacts us in terms of the grants that we can get. And I'm sure all of you have followed the news and seen sort of the impacts on other towns. In any case, do you want me to go over any of the density or units or anything like that? Or is everyone okay and familiar?
Julian?
So, when they say, what is it, 15 units per acre, it's hard for me to imagine what that looks like. Northborough Crossing, Avalon up there, how many units per acre is that?
Yeah, I think that might be in this presentation. I don't want to, let me pull it up on my side as well.
think we put in some examples, and I can't remember if it's, I'm afraid if I go forwards, I
It's
can't
in
go
there. You
backwards.
can go back, just you'll
Okay.
be able to.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, so here, to speak to your question, it actually is in here. So you can kind of look at what that looks like, just as some examples. So the residents at the Falls, if you are familiar with this property, we have 21 units per acre. There's also, I think, a couple forward is Avalon, but if you want to take a look, Blake Street, what that looks like. Heritage Village, if you're familiar with that. And if I'm going too quickly, just let me know. And then here we have Avalon. So that's what Avalon looks like in terms of the current density here. 9 units per acre. So not as dense, actually. Let's see. I'm just going to pull this presentation up on my side as well. Does that answer your question, Julianne?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
So pretty much we don't have an example specifically for 50 units, right?
No, but to give you an idea, somewhere in between a couple of those different examples would be what we were looking at here. So let's see. Now, we also wanted to take a look at impact on schools. So Laurie had reached out to the superintendent to get some information on school enrollment data. So that's something we'll be sharing at town meeting as well. I've heard along the way, and I'm sure you're more in tune with the school committee meetings, but we did have a dip of sorts and anticipated that that would come back up over time. But this is all according to the New England School Development Council report. So we anticipate or expect that to be accurate. Let's see, this is just a recap of sort of permits issued to date and what that looks like. One thing we really need to stay ahead of is our affordable housing percentage. So I think a lot of you are familiar when the town built the Avalon property, it really pushed us like probably 12 or 13%. That's kind of dipped over time just by way of, as we've been building, we haven't kept the same pace. So part of this MBTA bylaw allows for, I think, 10 to 12, I think we settled on the midpoint there, 12% affordable housing. Bless you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Okay. So just to explain that this is not actually a development agreement of sorts. So this is really just about allowing for the zoning. It doesn't actually mean that it will be developed. It doesn't override any of the Wetland Protection Acts. It has a lot of the same requirements. The bylaw itself is pretty comprehensive, and I realize I'm not showing it in the Word form, but if you've seen it, you've probably recognized that it's a pretty extensive bylaw in terms of the language in it, density. We've really thought about, and with the help of obviously Lori and our consultants, what this bylaw needs to look like in order to, keep our site plan review in place. It's not the same as the affordable housing in which you can buy. So it's not like a 40B, which is where developers can bypass zoning. It's not like that at all. So I think just calling that out for everybody to understand would help to make sure people don't get nervous about that or misunderstand the bylaw. Okay, and as I mentioned before, some of the consequences of not passing this is really just foregoing a lot of these different grants. And of course, there are, things we've seen here and there in the news over the last couple months or so that the state does seem to be pursuing towns that haven't submitted the zoning at this time. The towns that are not MBTA adjacent like ours had an earlier deadline. So if you're, closer to the city or you actually did have a transit system within your town, you did have a sooner deadline than we do. Adjacent communities had a little bit longer to plan this out. Okay, so hopefully, I think I have a better map, and I don't know if it's part of this presentation or if it's a separate document. No, it's in this presentation. Good, I just want to make sure. Okay, so in terms of what we're looking at for the map change, and I want to note, let's see, it wasn't in here. I think, do I go backwards?
You might be able to just scroll with that roller, go up, and you'll get back. If that helps.
Okay, I'm looking, so it doesn't pop up, it just comes up black instead of the map itself. Oh, darn it, okay. Let's see. I wonder. So if I were to, let me see now I have to be creative in my,
She can join the Zoom and then present that way if you want.
Is the map on the website?
it actually likely is on the website. It should be on the website. We just had to rerun it, actually. If you were to think, if I describe the properties, is that helpful, or do you want?
Yeah,
Let's start with describing.
yeah.
Okay, so in the furthest away from downtown, over by, so you'd have Avalon, across from Avalon, and then the Econo Lodge. So it would be, let me try to see if I can find it on the map itself.
I have the presentation that that you have, and it is showing the map.
Oh, okay.
So I can share my screen.
Oh, sure, that'd be great. I think
That
that'd be
would-
helpful. It's really hard to sort of.
Yep, give me just a second.
And now, when Mitch is pulling that up, one thing to mention is, as part of this, we need to find 50 acres. So we worked with Judy Barrett and her consulting organization to figure out what were the eligible properties for this that would allow for the 50 acres, and also give us a little wiggle room, because there are certain components of the properties that you can't consider if there's any sort of wetlands protection or offset from any sort of waterways or things like that you can't include. So we had to be careful to do a specific analysis of the properties. So first, you see here what I was speaking to before. You see Avalon up top. If that's hard to read, it's that bigger parcel there. Right across the street from Avalon, that property there, and then next to that is the Econo Lodge property. So that would constitute the Southwest Connector subdistrict at 49.2 acres. And then if you go to the next one, this is our downtown area. So in this area, and I can't see that far, so I'm going to look at my own. Most notable, I think, is the Harvey and Sons property. Out of the acreage here, the 11.9, approximately 5 of it is the Harvey and Sons parcel. And then we have over to the Northborough town offices, Heritage Village, the property right next to that, and then the Maytech Instruments over there. One thing to note is the parcels do need to be contiguous, so that's why you see them all clustered together like that. So this area constitutes 11.9. Now, for everybody with their calculators out, this is well above the 50 acres. But again, we performed an analysis to make sure that we were at least, have that little bit of wiggle room. The planning board did deliberate reducing some of the acreage there, and ultimately decided, because every time we do an analysis, it costs money to do so, to let the people at town meeting talk about it and see what came out of that discussion. And if people did happen to feel they wanted fewer acres, that certainly could be an amendment on the town floor. Any questions or comments?
Can I ask a quick question? For this to go through, would somebody have to buy all of those properties, or could it be piece by piece, or is each one individual?
No, so this is all zoning. So if you think
Okay,
of it
never
like a
mind, you're right.
district.
Sorry.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's okay. It is confusing.
You want me to go to the next slide, or do you want to take over again?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Then you don't have to.
I think there might be some others. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some other slides that have information on the right that,
Oh, okay.
wouldn't
So it's
show
up to you if you don't mind.
no, I don't mind. Okay, next slide.
Please.
Sure.
Oops, now it's big.
Down here.
Okay, so again, as I mentioned, this is something where developers do have to comply with our zoning standards, and there are a couple listed here, notable, including dimensional requirements, density. Also, as I mentioned with the affordable, I said 12%, it's 15% within the development. So 15% of all dwelling units within the development containing a minimum of 10 dwelling units must be permanently restricted for households qualifying as low income. So we went with that 15%. Again, as I mentioned, that'll just help us maintain that percentage as sort of that protection from the 40B type development.
And I just want to add how important that is.
Sure, sure.
Communities that are under that 10%, given that Northborough has been over that threshold for a number of years, People may not realize the significance of that. A developer can come in, if you're under 10%, and say, you know, that really nice commercial development that you think you're gonna put up a big mall or a big office building or some other great, you know, tax revenue source, we're gonna build condos there, and you can't do anything to stop us. And that's what 40B is when you're under 10%. Okay.
Okay, great. Next slide then.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. That's just why it's important for us to stay above that 10% so we don't have that happen to us.
Yes, correct. Okay, so advancing to the next slide then. Just to recap here, a lot of this is supporting the downtown revitalization in terms of having that different types or variety of housing, the little bit of the higher density mixed-use developments, different components that we don't currently have that would be a part of this bylaw. So things to consider, total size, aggregate district size is listed here, number of parcels, and just sort of what the goals are for this bylaw.
Carrie, I have a question about this. Once it's zoned and a developer comes in, or a lot of developers come in, and they all want to do the denser housing, 15 units per acre, what control does the town have over that to say, well, we really would like you to put in some cottage housing instead of that?
Through the chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
We've had some developers come through, and sometimes that equates to a developer's agreement where you can talk in advance about those things, like what you'd like to see, and sort of like do a back and forth. Of course, once we provide, if they meet the zoning, we certainly can't then go back and demand, you must build this, but sometimes with those agreements in advance, you can work out some of those things. Like if you want, with the last developer we met, we talked through like number of bedrooms and what, different apartment options and density options. Could we have fewer, not have that 15? Could we have, 13 or things like that? So you can kind of walk through that on a case-by-case basis. But to my knowledge, I don't think we could, once it's in part of the bylaw and they comply, I don't think we have the authority to then say, well, we want this specifically built.
So what you're saying is once this is passed, then you lose that control.
If we pass it with that in it and they comply, we couldn't say, well, we really meant this. I think we'd have to be clear up front on what we mean.
Well, that's a good little chunk to know about.
Next slide.
Sure. So for use variances, this is another bylaw that has come up before in the past. And the purpose of this bylaw is to remove the ability for the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant use variances. That doesn't mean dimensional, that's really about the use itself. So the thought is if it's not in the bylaws, if the town has not voted for a use to be allowed in our town, then they should have the ultimate authority of whether or not going forward, as a town, as a legislative body, they want that use to be allowed or not. Allowing use variances is something that my view is an antiquated tool for zoning, and that it should be something that's up to the legislative body to decide. The current use variance, the ability for use variances now, basically it would allow for, even if a use in a district is not allowed, the Zoning Board of Appeals would be able to grant the ability for that use to actually move forward. So it's a workaround to some extent, and oftentimes it can conflict with the community's master plan or what the town envisions for their districts. It circumvents that. So I think this is a tool that in the past I think has not been used in a way that's been beneficial, and we really have other things we can do instead. So this is a proposal to eliminate use variances going forward. Any questions on this one?
How many communities in Massachusetts have a use variance?
That's such a good question. I think we looked that up before. I'll have to go back and look, but so many started to eliminate them. And really what happened back when we started to look at downtown zoning, it was a class that Judy Barrett did at the time, and she had said one of the big things she had in one of those no signs was use variances. And for as long as you have use variances, you'll never get your zoning to look like you want, because there'll always be that ability to circumvent what you put out there as your bylaw. So that's where it stuck in my head at first, and I think it's something, we can certainly find that answer out. I think it would be smart to do so, I'm sure, before a town meeting, but we can find that out for sure.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on this item?
I like what you asked, because we talked about that a little bit earlier, about a lot of them don't.
Right, yeah.
Antiquated.
My informal understanding is it's quite rare,
Yeah.
and becoming more rare over time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, my own personal feeling is I think town meetings should decide use.
Right.
And that's where it should be. I know in the past there have been some important projects that the town has done through use variances. I think one thing we would have to recognize is if we eliminated the use variance and an important project came to us mid-year that wasn't coinciding with town meeting, we may want to then schedule a special town meeting to change zoning to, if the planning board particularly thought it was an appropriate use of an area, and there's a cost and inconvenience of doing that, and that's a trade-off of eliminating the use variance. My opinion is that's the direction we should go.
Right, but you do have to be careful about spot zoning too, so it
Yep.
would be,
Correct.
but I think it's a better way of handling it.
Okay.
Okay,
That's great.
next. Is this helpful, by the way? Too much detail? Not enough detail? Okay.
Good.
All the zoning you ever wanted to know about? Okay, so, this is your presentation, that's why it popped up. Okay, so this particular article is a change in our zoning map. It creates a new highway business southwest district. And you can see in the map, it primarily impacts that Northborough Crossing, Kimball Gravel Pit, New England Baseball Complex area. It just brings, we've had, as you know, I think, speaking of use variances, that was one of the biggest of all time in the state, the use variance over at Northborough Crossing. We have that overlay over there. It just cleans up our zoning a little bit, brings everything under one specific district. And we were able to then go through and sort of go through each of the uses and just make sure, if we want to start to migrate to more of a commercial type area, what that looks like, and just be more deliberate about it versus like create this giant overlay that sort of was purposeful at the time, but we certainly needed a little bit of a refresh. So this particular Highway Business Southwest District is meant to do that. And I think if you, the next slide actually talks a little bit more about it in terms of how it's just a little bit more compatible with what's over there, supports master plan goals. I think it brought more, I don't know if it's written here, I think it brought more into compliance, so we didn't have many non-conforming uses. Is that listed here? So just really cleaning up that area in terms of the districts. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay, for this is a quick one. This was sort of something we discovered through an application that just needed a little cleanup. It wasn't clear, it caused a lot of distress and deliberation in terms of where off-street parking spaces can be located. Just looking at the front line of the building, and specifically if the building was an odd shape, or I think this one was rounded, or something happened in the last application where we realized, we better clarify this a little bit, or we're gonna not have something in our bylaw that makes it clear for people who want to build here what that looks like. So this is a cleanup, in my view.
Any questions or comments on this one?
So where is off-street parking go? So it will always be towards the back? Is that?
So if you look at the front lot line, let's see. So off-street parking space can be located relative to the front lot line in building, behind or beside the nearest point of the building. So if you look at like the front lot line of this blue little sticky here, it's the corner, it's the nearest point of the building.
Okay, so the thick green line. The
Okay.
thick green line goes from the bottom to the top. And once it's there, is that eliminating parking areas until you see 7, 8, 9, 10?
That's a good question, Lisa. I would have to follow up and ask Laurie about that. I believe it's only within the green.
That it's eliminated,
Then it would be eliminated.
yeah. Because everything that's yellow would be the eliminated spots. because of this
We may
law.
have an answer coming in, bringing Lori in.
Oh, she's coming in? Oh, good. Oh, she raised her hand.
She did. Lori, if you could unmute, you could turn on your camera if you'd like and provide some insight to this.
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, you are very quiet, but hopefully you can hear me better. So just to answer that question, so in this picture, there were some parking spaces that were grandfathered because they were already existing. But should this be new construction, then they would have had to eliminate all of those yellow parking spaces. So the parking spaces would have to be either behind the building, which is the blue sticky, or they would have to be to the side. So the heavy green line denotes where the parking would have to be behind. So the striped green line, that's the area that would not be able to accommodate any parking.
Can I ask a question? I know this lot, because of having two fronts of the building. So in this case, we're looking at south, and then we'd be looking at east. What happens when you do that, when you have two entrances? Does that change what you're doing right now with this green area that would not be allowable? So say you had another building in a different location.
Lori, did you hear that question? I know you said you were having a
Sorry,
hard
it's
time
so
hearing us.
faint.
Let me try it again. Can you hear me better?
Question?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can hear you better.
Okay, so if the sticky note with the F heading south, that would be one entrance, but in this case, this building specifically had two. It had it to the south and it had it to the east. How would you go about keeping within the new bylaw, if you had another east-facing entrance?
So your frontage is actually along Route 20 in this scenario.
Okay.
So this parcel is very oddly shaped. So it's completely surrounded by roadway on three sides. So in this circumstance, you're only counting as your frontage Route 20, because that is providing the access for the property. So you have to look at the definition for lot frontage that's in the zoning book to determine what would be classified as frontage and what would not be classified as frontage. So you're not taking your measurement from East Main Street in this scenario. You're taking your measurement from Route 20.
Right.
So East Main Street is considered your back, the back of the property.
Okay, and then does it take into account that it would probably take the major road? That would be your
does not.
frontage? So if you were in another situation, the most major of the three, if it was another area, another triangle, not necessarily being here, but in another area, you would take the major route to be the frontage.
It doesn't matter whether it's a major route or not. It's where you're getting your frontage that is compliant with the zoning district. So if you look at your dimensional table, there's minimum dimensional requirements for lot frontage. So if you have one section of your property has, say, 150 feet of frontage and the minimum frontage requirement is 150 feet, and then you have frontage on another street that has maybe 60 feet of frontage, the street that only has 60 feet of frontage is not providing the frontage, it's not satisfying the frontage requirement for that district. So you're taking your frontage from the other street that's supplying the 150 feet of frontage.
Okay. This one might require some more explanation at town meeting, but it's trying to set some, maybe you could get 2 or 3 examples. That way it'd be a little bit easier for people to put together, 3 different options. instead of the one. But, all right, thank you.
Okay, next slide, please.
Sure. Oh, I lost track of where I was here. Here we are.
Okay, so this one is providing definitions for co-working space and maker space. So I'm going to switch over to my Word document just to describe it if you haven't already seen it. So the co-worker space is a building or part thereof consisting of a shared office environment, which has desks, other workspaces and facilities, etc. Could be workstations, office suites. I think we might be familiar with what that co-working space looks like. A maker space is a building or part thereof used for on-site production of parts or finished products by individual or shared use of hand tools, mechanical tools, and electric tools. So it could include space for design and prototyping of new materials, fabrication methodologies and products, as well as space for packaging, incidental storage, sales, and distribution. This isn't actually a limitation. This was not allowed in our bylaws before. So this is allowing a use that isn't currently there and giving it by right in, let's see, the co-working space is allowed by right in all districts, and maker space is allowed by special permit in the industrial districts. So it just gives it a home and something that's a little modernizes our bylaws a little bit to accommodate for those types of uses that have popped up, especially as we are coming out of COVID. Some of those new uses we probably never dreamed of in the past. So that's what this one's all about. And Mitch, I know you maybe had questions on this one, or are they still there?
Yeah, when I first saw this in deliberations back a few weeks ago, I posed some questions to Lori and then followed up with to our library director, because a lot of libraries have maker spaces and use that exact term and meet every definition of a maker space that, by my reading, I'm not a lawyer or a zoning expert, looks like it would apply. And I primarily want to make sure that our library would not be prohibited, because it's not in an industrial zone, would not be prohibited from having a maker space. And as a lot of libraries are now offering 3D printers and vinyl cutting machines and things like that. And, you know, the larger the community, I mean, Worcester has something they call a makerspace at their main library. So does Cambridge, and some other larger communities do, more and more smaller communities do. Before COVID, the library trustees had talked about maybe not creating a dedicated space within the library, but having some of this equipment for people to use. It's becoming common, and you know, I've been to a few maker spaces, which are industrial-looking areas that are usually nonprofits, that have everything from small 3D printers and vinyl cutting machines to big woodworking tools and metal cutting and bending tools and some pretty neat toys. And they're a lot of fun, and you know, I was not aware that we had prohibited them before, I guess by omission, by not explicitly allowing them. So I like the idea that we're doing that. At the same time, I want to make sure, and I don't know if the questions have been answered to my satisfaction yet, but I think there's still a couple weeks to do that, about the library and about small retail spaces. So Paint Your Own Pottery, which is a little retail place in town. It's been here a number of years. My kids have had birthday parties there and things like that. It's where you buy some pottery off the shelf, and you have a birthday party and you paint it and things like that. By my reading, it looks like that might, you know, obviously they'd be grandfathered in, if you will, but that type of business should be a business that we should encourage in town. And I would want to make sure that that wasn't. There are places that have sewing classes that might have a dozen or so sewing machines in there for classes or for people to come in and work on projects. To me, that seems to look like a makerspace by the definition, and I don't think a small space like that should be prohibited.
Right.
You know, that's not that particular area is not something I know that much about, but I actually did go to a sewing class at a small place in Southborough. That's in the Red Barn Coffee House. There's a little sewing place, and there are about 24 sewing machines there. And it was actually kind of fun. I like machinery, so I get to play with these complicated machines. So that's where I want to make sure that we're targeting the 20,000 square foot big maker space to the industrial, but we're not limiting the type of retail operations that we should encourage and allow in the downtown area and at Northborough Crossing and other things like that there. So it might be okay. I did not see the planning board's early deliberations on this, but I've had some communications with Lori and, again, with the library director. And I don't think it's the intent to prohibit those items, but I want to make sure that the reality is it doesn't.
So those are great points. The public hearing's still open to the next planning board meeting. I will bring this back to the board. I know it is not the intent of the board to be a prohibitive type bylaw. It was actually to expand the use and allow for it and give it a home. So, and I think Lori, through the chair, if you don't mind, Lori, if you have anything to clarify on this one in particular?
Yeah, Bob Frederico and I have discussed this, and, what we both agreed upon is the intent of a library is to educate and provide access to information. So what we believe the makerspace to be is to, whether it's a for-profit or a nonprofit, it's essentially a business. So you're providing a location where people are going, usually professionals, and they are sharing tools. And the purpose of the makerspace is to accommodate these professionals in the task of creating products which are then sold. So what you're talking about, even though it's called a makerspace, is not what we believe this definition is covering. So you may be using a room within the library for the purpose of educating people about certain crafts. So, maybe you're going to have a class from a professional who's going to show people how to make stained glass windows. So the primary purpose of this activity is to educate people in a craft. It's not so that a bunch of professionals who make stained glass windows are coming to the site. They're using the tools, they're using the space to create 50 stained glass pieces, which then they are selling at craft shows or at various, maybe a storefront or out of their house, they're selling them online. So they're really two different things. So like, for example, if you have a restaurant and they decide that they're going to do a special event that involves people coming to the site to paint pictures. So once again, it's just a special event. So the purpose of the restaurant is not to create, a venue for professional painters to come and create artwork for sale. So it's not, that itself is not the business. Whereas the maker space, that is the business. That's the whole point. They're creating a space and providing the tools for people to create end products, which for the most part would be for sale.
So the maker spaces that are in many libraries exist for people to come in and use them. Yeah, they offer classes in there, as do dedicated maker spaces, the 20,000 square foot industrial looking facilities. But you can.
Once again, Mitch, I can't hear you. If you could speak more clearly into the microphone.
It is rare that people call me too quiet, but I'll do my best. The maker spaces that are in many libraries they exist not just for running a class, but they exist for people to come in and have a 3D file that they want printed for whatever purpose, or some vinyl that they want to cut for their own purposes, and they just do that independently. It's not just for classes, and it's no different than any other makerspace. My experience, which is not elaborate with larger makerspaces, is most of the people who use them are not using it for professional purposes, for industrial scale manufacturing. They're using it for hobbyist purposes and, making something neat for their house and making a nice piece of furniture or whatever else. There are professionals that, that use those places too, but if you are, if you want to make 50 chairs, you're probably not going to want to do that in a makerspace. You're going to want, a dedicated area to do that work. And I worry that we'll accidentally limit some of these purposes. I don't need to take over this meeting with this particular aspect of this, but I think I appreciate that the intent. I agree with you on the intent, but I have a feeling that the language that is in there right now does not match that intent based on what I have seen in both libraries and makerspaces and retail areas that include makerspaces. I don't have the language in front of me, but it says, or portion thereof. So, if something the size of a library has it's a bookstore, and they have a place where you can go in and do some 3D printing and vinyl cutting, that's a makerspace by the definition. Does the law get applied differently because it is a public library? I don't know. That's like my top level concern. My secondary concern are to make sure that we don't prevent the small businesses and the retail businesses from having something like that as an aspect of what they do prohibited.
Well, I want to add that I'm concerned that isn't definitely defined in certain things. Like, what size of an area can you use? What products are you making? How is that affecting even an example, not to be a makerspace, but when you have the dog businesses that go into a mall. And so there's a hairdresser, and next door to the hairdresser is a dog grooming place. And the dogs usually are put into a pen or a unit while they're waiting to get their hair done. And if they're not happy, they bark, and they bark a lot. And it then creates a problem for the hairdresser because their clients are not expecting to hear the kennel. It's not under the word kennel, but because, and I know this has happened in town, where a hairdresser did close her business because it just got to be too difficult. Makerspaces, you could have saws, and you could have equipment that did make, a lot of noise, dust, that sort of thing. The industrial side versus the 1 or 2 side, make your 2 chairs, not your 50 chairs. Because now you've got a whole different set of a business it's one thing if you wanted, like, I'm going to give you cooking lessons, or I'm going to give you stained glass lessons or that sort of thing. But I think you have to make it a little bit more specific as to what's going to go in there, and the size, and the product, and the location. I like having a makerspace too, and I think that's something that's very current right now. What if you're going to be making beer? What if you're going to make wine, right? It's a makerspace. I can set up a class and make beer. Is that possible? I mean, you're opening up a new product or a new possibility that becomes just allowed. So I think it would be better to get more narrow, a field of what the definitions are, what is allowed and what isn't allowed. Because I think it does open the door to a lot of different things.
One possible way to resolve this is having a minimum square footage of the makerspace area. That might sort it out. I'm not sure.
You still have to know what your product, which
Yeah,
products are.
so the language as proposed, typical uses include but are not limited to electronic goods, printmaking, leather products, jewelry and clothing, apparel, metalwork, furniture, woodworking, cabinet shops, glass or ceramic production, and paper manufacturing. And a lot of those things, particularly, sewing and so forth, are done at a very small scale.
You'd have to be specific, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And, maybe that's further defined to have, some areas are allowed. Large-scale woodworking, that's something you wouldn't want to do, and a library wouldn't want to have that. I'm not aware of libraries that have enough space where they can do that, but there are some libraries that have some big machines.
Right.
And are appropriate. We wouldn't have that in our library, but I could absolutely see us having vinyl cutting machines, button making, 3D printers, things like that. That
And then-
is pretty common.
In the kids' library, who owns the 3D printer? We do, the town, is it municipal?
Sure.
So then then is it a cost? And
It
the cost of,
varies by town, yeah, whether you supply the material or not. And some maker spaces, I don't know about libraries, but some maker spaces categorize that cost differently, whether you're doing it for profit or not for profit.
right. So I'd go back to that drawing table, personally.
So for this particular one, I think those are valid points. I mentioned the public hearing's still open, but obviously I think the warrant's been printed, so we likely wouldn't make changes, but if maybe we discuss any sort of amendments on the town floor that we could possibly make or think about. I would hate for this one to not pass. I feel like it's always surprising which one comes as the controversial ones. It's never what I expect, so, but certainly these are valid points.
That's because I read it. It is my fault, yes.
They're valid points, and I'll bring it back to the board for sure. On the 16th is our next meeting for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This actually is one that I thought, this was certainly one the planning board deliberated quite a bit. And what this particular bylaw does is it makes all commercial uses that don't have toxic or hazardous waste, two-family dwellings and multifamily dwellings, by right uses in Area 3 of the overlay district. So part of this is really has to do with some of the downtown revitalization efforts. What it does is it eliminates a mandatory increase in minimum lot size to 20, which is typically 20,000 square feet. But the caveat here, or the important thing to note, is if they're on public sewer. For lots that are not on public sewer, but rather private sewage disposal, septic systems, et cetera, they do still need to adhere to the 20,000 square foot minimum. And that's really because a lot of the basis of this particular groundwater bylaw and the 20,000 square feet was really about making sure there was enough space there for what we needed in terms of protecting the groundwater. So Laurie's noted here that this impacts up to 58 lots in Northborough Center. It actually makes them conforming lots, which is a good thing for us. And then it's noted here as well, new construction, significant additions, they still adhere to the same performance requirements as if they were special permit uses. So it's not getting rid of groundwater protection overlay special permits. This is really just about, number one, making it easier for small businesses. If you're, Laurie's often used the example of a salon. If you're just doing, shampoos and conditioners, you don't have toxic and hazardous chemicals and waste. There's no need for you to go through that process through the ZBA or whichever district you're in. I guess typically ZBA for a business like that. There's just no need for it. If you are on public sewer, there's really no need for that additional square footage, and it prohibits us, when we require that square footage, it prohibits us from kind of maximizing our downtown to the extent that we'd like to be able to. So this is a tool to be able to do that, and I think still protects our groundwater areas. And again, it's groundwater area 3 only.
Carrie, so that means that if the salon is not on sewer,
So two different things here. So that part is about the use and specifically about the hazardous waste or toxic chemicals. So they wouldn't need to go to the ZBA. They are by right use. So that's one component of it. The other component has to do with if you're on sewer or not public sewer. So I guess theoretically, although, I don't know, through the chair, if you don't mind, Laurie, can you think of an instance where that would be the case where, say, you would be the salon and you would, if you weren't on public sewer, what would happen?
Yeah, so the second aspect, when we're talking about the 20,000 square feet, really has to do with some sort of development project. So say you have a parcel of land that is undeveloped, but maybe it's the minimum lot size in the downtown business district is 4,000 square feet. So say you have a parcel that's 5,000 square feet, and you want to develop a hair salon on that parcel. Because you don't have 20,000 square feet, you would need to get a dimensional variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals because of this 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. There are essentially development projects that are getting captured, but then there's also particular uses like hair salons that are going into an existing storefront that's already developed. So the 20,000 square foot isn't so important when you're going into an existing storefront. But what's happening is that those hair salons, because they're special permit uses, they have to provide a list of every single chemical. So they have to give the ZBA product sheets for every single type of shampoo that they use, for the conditioners, for the hair dye, and they have to demonstrate that there's no toxic or hazardous waste in that process. So it really is overkill because, of course, if it's shampoo, it's not going to have toxic waste. Otherwise, it wouldn't be allowed to be put on a person's head. So this is kind of what's a little bit silly about our existing regulations is that it's overkill. And it's seen as an impediment to business occupying these storefronts that are empty in our downtown. So this is an attempt to be more business friendly and remove some of the barriers to development and business occupying these storefronts while still protecting the environment. So there's still even though these are going to be by right uses instead of special permit uses, the performance requirements that are part of the special permit process would still be required. It's just now that staff is going to be ensuring that the business is complying with the performance standard.
But my question was actually, so bullet point number 2 makes all commercial uses that do not use or result in toxic and hazardous waste uses an area of the overlay district. So does that, are those still on sewer, or are those what we would currently require 20,000 square feet to be built?
So all of the properties that are within the downtown area, so there are only 3 districts that are impacted. Because all of the other zoning districts in town, so all of the other commercial districts have minimum lot sizes of 20,000 square feet or more. So there are only 3 districts that have groundwater protection overlay area 3 in them that have minimum lot sizes of less than 20,000 square feet. And all 3 of those districts are right in the downtown. So sewer is available to all of the roadways. So every single parcel within the downtown has sewer that goes in front of that parcel. So they all have access. Now, whether they choose or not to hook into the sewer, that's up to them. If they choose not to hook into the sewer, then they are going to be held to the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Now, I find, now, of the 58 lots, probably you should know this, I guess, how many are on the north side of 20 or West Main Street?
So the vast majority, so of those 58 lots, the vast majority of them are in the downtown business district. So that's, Route 20, both sides of the street. It includes Blake Street, a good portion of Pierce Street, a portion of Hudson Street. So there are 11 parcels, if I remember correctly, in the downtown neighborhood district that are considered non-conforming. So those are largely on Hudson Street.
Okay. All right, so some of my question then goes to, because we have 2 gas stations and an automotive repair shop right next to what's called Pierce Plaza, I believe, it does have a hairdresser, some other things. That behind the hairdresser lot now has a person renting space being a contractor yard that has chemicals and such. And there's no oversight as to what they're doing and what they're bringing to the lot because they're subletting, I guess.
So those are commercial uses that deal with toxic and hazardous waste. So those are, remain special permit uses. Those would not be affected by this bylaw change.
All right, well, they would have to go and ask, they would have to go before the ZBA to get a use variance there, wouldn't it?
So if they don't have the 20,000 square feet and they're interested in doing a development project or a large addition, then yeah, they would need a dimensional variance. So they are still captured by the special permit process. So if you look in the groundwater bylaw, there's a separate bullet for commercial uses that deal with toxic and hazardous waste. So we are not proposing any amendments to that bullet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Oh, next, please. Yep.
Anything else on this one?
Okay, the next few pertain to design review and or some of the look and feel of our town. So in this first one here, a couple items in terms of business signage in downtown. To address that, this particular amendment would provide design review committee with advisory authority to review wall, freestanding, or permanent window signs within the downtown business district and provide written recommendations to the building inspector as part of the sign permit process. Another component of this particular design review related amendment is to loosen the residency requirements for design review committee members, just to help us fill some of those persistent vacancies while also ensuring members have professional expertise. So in particular, we oftentimes have trouble with the architect spot. It's not a common expertise, or at least anyone in terms of willing to participate on the board. It makes it difficult. So we're hoping that if we loosen that a little bit, we'd actually be able to get additional applicants. It's a really important position on that committee, so it'd be great if we could fill it, and we're trying to figure out ways where we could open that up to do so. Any questions? Okay, the next few are, as I mentioned, pertaining a little bit to look and feel. This first one is just changing to, we often ask for this in our applications anyway, these following dark sky guidelines for a lot of our lighting. So sometimes our bylaws are based on things that we find we consistently ask for, we consistently see as a condition in applications, and we just make it part of the bylaw. And this is one of those items. So this is really trying to promote that, the dark skies. It keeps it from the lights. It just has a better look to it. It keeps the light contained, and also energy efficiency, which is obviously important.
Laura, sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Is this going to apply to both businesses and residents?
No, this is part of the site plan review process. So residents, multifamily and duplex does go through site plan. Typically, a resident would not go through a site plan review, so it would not apply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one.
Ready to move on this one?
Okay, oops, I didn't move myself here. Okay, again, this is related to the site design standards. So this updates some of the design standards for construction of new non-residential buildings or substantial alteration of existing non-residential buildings in our business districts. Things in particular, metal or fiberglass as a primary building finished material shall not be used, and flat roofs with Oh, this is allowing flat roofs with a decorative cornice or parapet will be allowed. So some examples are listed here so you can kind of visualize what that looks like. But again, these are sort of look and feel design standards.
Questions here? Trying to jump to the next.
Oh, yep. Yep.
There
I
we go.
think the last of the bunch. So this is really about signs. We've gone a couple times to town meeting to try to make some changes to our sign bylaw. We started with many more amendments in this area, but scaled it back. Just were somewhat concerned that it would be difficult for residents to really follow with so many changes at once. So we picked some of the top items we wanted to kind of polish up a bit, and this is an example of what that looks like. So they're listed here in the bullets, just allowing window signs, setting a 30-day deadline for removal of permanent signs once a business is no longer in operation, limiting the time period for temporary signs, increasing the size of wall signs in the highway business district. A lot of those buildings are pretty big out there, and it looks silly if you don't have the right size sign. They're oftentimes having to go to the ZBA for that. It just eliminates the need to, go through hoops that are really not necessary for them. Also adding historic signs, markers, and municipal plaques to the list of signs that don't require a permit so that they don't have to do all that extra work either. Any questions on this?
So on the first bullet, allows window signs within business districts. How much of the window can you cover?
I think that was a 10%. You're allowed to cover 10% in this particular. I'd have to look at the Word document.
Okay. I just was wondering if there was, if it was just whatever you want to do, or if there's a guideline.
It's not whatever you want to do. No. Let's see. See if I can quickly find it. No, that's the wall sign.
It's okay. I'm sure that you've thought through, how much it should be. I just wanted to make sure they couldn't cover all of the window.
You cannot cover all your window. No.
Okay.
Okay. So window signs are allowed in the business district only. All combined window signage shall be limited to 10% of the total glass area on any one facade or side of the building. So that's the limit.
Will businesses that have more than 10% right now, will they be grandfathered in, or will they have to comply?
So that's interesting because window signs were not actually allowed in our bylaws. They've been there non-compliance all along. So that's a good question for the zoning enforcement officer.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know if I do speak to this or not, but we also had a citizen's petition come before the planning board. Do you want me to speak to that at all or not?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Sure. So
It's not on here, correct?
no, we don't present it as our own, but they did come to the planning board as part of our public hearing process. It was a proposal brought forth to eliminate the design review committee in entirety. The board heard the concerns, and some of it was based on, wanting those professionals on the board. I think what I heard is one of the primary concerns. As you saw tonight, what we're trying to do is accommodate for that and do some things that help alleviate, we want an architect on there too. We want professionals in certain areas as well. It helps us as boards. We spend quite a bit of time. You guys are here till 10 o'clock tonight. We're often here. Yes, you probably are still going later than 10. We're often late night owls ourselves, and it's a lot of work for us to take on and absorb if we were to eliminate design review. So I think ultimately the planning board voted unanimously to not recommend this particular amendment, although acknowledged that there are some things we can do to try to alleviate some of those concerns, and perhaps immediate elimination wasn't the best first step. It was a little drastic. Maybe there are some things we could think about that would help make the committee better. Another concern, I think, was when there's a misunderstanding about when something is a recommendation versus a requirement. So, maybe just a little bit of education there that, if something's recommended to you, you don't have to go and change all your plans for it. It's something, and in this particular case, I think it was a misunderstanding on many fronts, but we've seen it before in the past too, where applicants get confused over the design review committee being, they're telling them what to do versus giving them recommendations versus what does the planning board then do? Why does the planning board have to look at this too? So we've seen that over time in general, and I think we can speak to those issues without taking the drastic step of eliminating the committee. So that was our recommendation.
Curiosity, procedurally, did the proponent of that petition come to the planning board at some point earlier to ask for you to consider getting rid of design review, or did that come out of nowhere?
No, that did not happen. It was through the citizens petition where we have to accommodate the public hearing for that. So other than that, there was not that discussion.
Procedurally, I am very happy that we have the option for citizens petition. I always look at that as being the last option for the public when they see something happening that they don't like or they wish something else was going on and they've tried to go through the process. They also didn't come to the select board requesting that. So I for my procedural hat, it just looks preliminary to do a citizen's petition for that when you haven't gone through the process first. If they go through the process and the changes that they think should happen don't happen, I'm glad that that option exists.
Agreed, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that one or for anything else for Carrie or for Lori?
Thank you for the presentation.
No, thank you.
Thank you for your time. I hope this helps, and I will bring forward a couple of those follow-up items at our next meeting.
Great, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yes, Kristen says thank you. Oh, and I wonder if our microphone levels have dropped or something, because a couple of people have said that they had a hard time hearing us when earlier that wasn't the case. Any guesses?
I asked Dana about it. He's gonna look into it tomorrow, but
Okay.
there's nothing I could do today.
All the exciting things about a first hybrid
to-
meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
It might be just that we're all getting tired.
I can,
Yeah.
hear
We're
me
not as
still?
close to the mic.
You're also a lot quieter than you were before. Kristen, I'm having a hard, speak up again, Kristen?
So I was gonna say Lori was a lot louder than the rest of you.
Okay.
So when she spoke, I would put my microphone down a little because it was because I had it up really high so that I could hear all of you better. So I don't know why that was, but it was really drastic.
Learning process.
She's in a different location too. She's right by a computer where we have these sticks in front of us.
And Lori, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to send you back to attendee land because I think the next couple of items don't involve you, but if that changes, let us know. I'm going to suggest, because we have two guests waiting to see if they can be of any assistance on the Peasley Building Committee item, if we could jump to that and then jump back and forth.
Sure.
They've been waiting a long time since the very beginning of the meeting. So item number 10, establishment of the Peasley School Building Committee. Jim, do you want to give us a quick run through on this process?
Sure. Obviously, we're trying to do an MSBA program for our building for Peasley. So the requirement from MSBA is to adopt a charge for a committee. Under the charter, it's appointed by the TA, but approved by the select board, as you know. So I worked with the superintendent of schools to develop this, and along with the backdrop of the MSBA requirements, we put together the document you have in the packet that goes through the requirements of the committee, what we think the makeup would be for the ex officio members and the voting members. I think the important thing is relative to the timing. We have to get an approved list to them for the committee by 5/31, so May 31st. So it's open now, if you will, or tomorrow we'll take applications, provided this is approved, or some modification thereof. And then the week of, I guess it would be May 9th, 7th, I can start to interview and then make a recommendation to the board, I think for the 13th, depending on the meeting schedule that the board has. So we'll meet the requirement of the 31st. I think the biggest point on this from a structural standpoint, this was a draft from another school committee charge the voting membership. We have 4 members at large with some preferred experience in engineering, architect, or construction technology. Parks and Recreation Committee member. I recommended that because most communities have a finance committee or financial planning committee or appropriation committee as a member that serves on these, but you have a prohibition against that in your bylaw, so we had to find the next best committee, and I thought, maybe inappropriately, but the end user of the schools, after schools, are the recreation groups. And there's a direct correlation in my mind to the end, after-school summer programs that the recreation department runs, that they would have good and valuable input. So that's why that committee membership is requested, at least by me and by the superintendent. Select board, obviously, school committee, obviously. So those would be the voting membership of the committee. I don't know if I can cover anything else.
Yep. And the state has all sorts of strict requirements about who needs to participate, at minimum from a non-voting standpoint. So there would be a lot of staff people
Right,
from both the
non-voting.
school and town side that would be non-voting members.
On the Parks and Rec committee member, is it possible to consider, what is Isabella? What is she right now?
Isabella Caruso?
Yeah.
She's the interim
Interim
board of health.
director.
But is she?
Health director?
But what, I mean, I'm thinking Youth and Family Services, that section, because I don't know what we have anymore for that. But wouldn't they also be an important person to be
Yeah,
involved?
she doesn't live in town, so we want these members,
To
the
live in
voting
town?
members, to be residents of the community.
All right, and we don't have any.
Not a resident.
Okay, and we have nobody else in that area.
You might have members on the Family and Services 2 left,
Or the Board
or
of
maybe
Health.
3.
So,
Yeah, I didn't think of the Board of Health because I don't know what their end, I don't know. I went with Recreation because I thought it was a better, they're gonna use the building. I don't see how the Board of Health would use the building on a day in and day out basis, unless it's staging for a massive casualty incident.
no.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, like, in the youth and family, where there's stuff that they do.
How much does recreation actually use a school? Are you talking a representative from the rec department here?
No, Recreation Commission.
Oh, I see, okay. What about someone from their PTO?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that could be from, a general proponent side. I see a hand up. I also see a hand up from Kristen. Please yell out when you have something and I don't recognize you immediately.
That's okay. I didn't want to interrupt because you all were saying really interesting things that I was listening to. So I just had a couple of points. I think the rec department is a really smart choice because they do use the gyms for a lot of things, and maybe the cafeteria sometimes, or other things. And I also think I was looking at the residents at large, and I love the categories you chose. I was just wondering, for people who might be curious about this, would you want people who are Peasley parents on this committee, or would you not want that?
Yeah, I think there are pros and cons of having
It's kind of
the advocates.
specific. I mean, you want a
Yeah.
general, they could still apply, right? They could apply if they meet those criteria as a general membership.
Get to you in just a second, Ori. I will add that I spoke briefly with the school committee chair. It is their intent to appoint, to request appointment of 2 school committee members to that, where I think the MSBA list had space for 1. That's up to you, and and then later us, but that may have the balance.
Well, that's 8 members, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to drop one of the at-large.
Yeah. Yeah, my suggestion is maybe we leave some of these things a little bit open to see, let Tim work on this, and then see what the applicants are that we get. The school committee needs to be involved in this, obviously.
Yeah.
Having 2 members, I think there are pros and cons to that, of having additional advocates that are part of the committee process. You want some advocates on a school building committee. You don't want to have too many, and I'm not sure where that threshold is. That's why we pay you the big bucks, not us. Laura?
I'd just like to say, for one of those residents at large, if we could have them have a strong financial background to really think about this. If we can't have someone from a committee, I think having someone that has that background would be a really good strength to solidify for the at-large members.
Well, you do have a school director of finance and a finance director in the aficionado members.
I didn't see that listed, but okay. So long
Yeah,
as
but
there's,
but that person is all about the schools. I think what you're saying is a
it's
person
a
with
building
finan-
that we're building, I want a strong look at the finances behind it.
in general.
Yes.
As opposed to what the school finance person looks at.
Yeah.
Right.
I do like what Mitch is saying, though, is if you keep a few things open,
Yep.
because in the people that have approached me, there's so many people that aren't available anymore. Everybody's busy, and trying to find people for boards, it's been one of my things for the past year, and it's really hard. Because great people are like doing too many different things, and no matter what you try to say, they're like, "Eh, I'm done. I'm just sticking with that." So I think keeping it open to letting people apply and then deciding. But you have until the end of May, right?
Yeah, which isn't
Okay.
really a lot of time when you
Right.
think about it. It's
Yeah.
40 days.
Yeah.
Or maybe, put it out tomorrow or something.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, it's definitely out
Yeah,
tomorrow.
we should approve advertising tomorrow, and then at our meeting, one of our meetings in May, which we'll decide upon the dates a little bit later, then we would ratify the appointments that Tim put forward.
Okay.
And we do have a hand up in the audience. Susan, if you could come towards the microphone, that'd be great. Kristen, is your hand still up, or is it down now? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Sartori from 465 Green Street. I wanted to say, first of all, I really like the idea of the rec commission. When I first heard it come out of Tim's mouth, I went, what? And then I started to realize, I served not too long ago on a configuration committee for the school department. They were trying to look at what they wanted to do, if they wanted to have sister schools, if they wanted to have cluster schools, if they wanted to have neighborhood schools. And in that process, we began to realize we were going a little bit forward in our thinking, because we knew that the Peasley School was out there to have to be renovated. So we said, let's wait, let's get closer to that project, and then we'll take a look at how you would want to reconfigure the schools here in town. I have since heard Ally from the rec department talk about how much she is involved with the after-school programs. She's actually bringing some of her programs to each one of the schools a couple of times a week to the after-school programs, which is really a wonderful thing. I don't know about all of you, but I watched during COVID, I watched these young people struggling with two parents working in a family and trying to take care of their kids at home. And daycare now is a big deal to me for young families with two working, and how do you work that all out? So I do think the rec department would give a really wonderful outlook on how they could perceive spaces. But the other part of it is, I do think it is the town's job to build this building, but it's really so important to have a real good relationship and working relationship with the school department, because we have to, the spaces within a school building are so unique for the educational process that you've got to make sure you got the educators there to tell you what the spaces should look like, what works best. And then you've got safety issues and everything else. But so I like what I've heard tonight, and I'm totally in support of his idea there. All right.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Did you have?
Just so I'm clear, the charge, if I rework this, because people who are going to apply, I want to tell them kind of what they're working under. So the architect, engineering, and/or construction, and/or financial management experience preferred, does that answer that question? I can only get what I get.
Yeah.
I appreciate you including it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to phrase it. It's
Is that, all
preferred.
right, so that's all right?
Yeah.
I also think that I'm a little, actually, as I'm looking at the definitions, like the recommendations, I'm a little worried you're just going to end up with all men. And I know there are women who are engineers and there are women who do, lots of different things, but I would definitely want you to keep in mind that I just feel like a team of men is just not a balanced team. I would like it to be just be open-minded when you're interviewing people and don't just stick to, well, we got 2 engineers. That's good. Okay. Like if one of them is really similar to the other, get a good heterogeneous group. That was just based on my experience, even with the town hall committee. We were all really different and we had some great discussions and everybody brought up something different. If you have too many homogeneous people on there, you're not going to get the really deep, interesting conversations where people bring up points that the other people wouldn't have thought of.
Thanks, Kristen. The other thing that I will, suggest to people that considering applying for this is a school building committee is a long process. 6 to 8 years is typical from very beginning to very end. From first meeting of the feasibility study committee, which is the first phase, through the final certification from MSBA and the last money that you get at the end of a project. It is best if people are comfortable, ideally committing for the whole term. People, things change and sometimes people leave, and there's nothing against the rules, but it's my experience is it is overwhelmingly beneficial to have as consistent a group through that, at least the vast majority of that process,
Yeah, I agree with
as much as
that.
possible.
I'd like to see a lot of young parents, hopefully, that have children in that area, than ones that haven't come forward before, few that are interested in it, but I think it's really important that we have some young, especially if it's going to take that length of time.
Laura?
And just to confirm, so all of these ex officio members would not be voting, and the voting members would be the school committee members, the select board member, the park and rec committee member, and then the 4 residents at large?
Correct.
Those would be the only voting people?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
As Laura mentioned, we're also looking for at least one of our own members to join that committee. We don't have to decide that tonight, but I'd suggest, for anyone on the board that is interested in that, let Tim know. You can copy me if you want. I have served on multiple school building committees in the past, if anyone has any questions about what that's like. Okay.
So there's probably 2 things,
Yeah.
right? I mean, in the advertisement, I'll certainly talk about wanting a diverse group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the school district is going to help drive people
Yeah.
in this process and stir up the water. So I'll rely on the superintendent to help us
Perfect.
drive people to get a good diverse group.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion on? We don't need to vote on that.
I didn't,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, great.
We support
Even better, yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you for that. Let's now go back to where we started a while ago on the ZBA appointments. So we've had some discussion, clarified that John Carney prefers John, not Jack. We've already dealt with John Marr and Jeffrey Gabowski in terms of their slots, and the last piece is John Carney and Jacob Jones as to where they end up with.
We started to talk with Jacob Jones. We've got
Right.
John Mara, okay.
Right, yeah, we vote, did we vote on John Marr and Jeff Grabowski, or we did not? Okay,
No.
okay.
No.
We did not vote on those. All right, I apologize. I think I had written the motions on those and inserted those, but we didn't do that yet. Maybe let's decide on all 4, and then we'll do some
Just do them all
motions.
at the same time.
So,
So, just to go back.
Yeah.
Through, as we were starting to say, that Jacob Jones has not had any direct experience with zoning, but says he attended all the meetings, and has done his research. he's learned more about town governance and connecting with others through public service. He's very interested in the fire station committee, building committee before the ZBA recently took a note of the 2-to-3 split there. Sorry, I don't know what that means. And I think that he said he has use variances. He's in a muddy area, but I think he said also as a litigator, what he has to do many times is to moderate, to be the go-between two different areas coming in. And that's his job, and to do it without any, bias or what have you. And I think it's really important because you are coming from two different areas, coming into a ZBA, asking for a variance or for relief. And the relief that you're asking for should not be a burden to those around you. It should be a nice, even balance. So based on his as much interest as he has and what he brings to the table, because we have Susie Sislikas, who also has a law background, and there would be a Jeffrey
Bobrowski.
is also an attorney. So, so it was I was supporting him, and Kristen felt more strongly about John Carney. And so I guess it's up to the
Yeah,
rest of you.
I mean, and I appreciate the fact that, that was very, that was interesting to see that, anyway, that he did listen to all the meetings. He just didn't attend them in person. So that was good to know. And I think he's a very strong candidate. I just was leaning towards Mr. Carney because he has, he's just very familiar with ZBA. And in the case of, we don't know that much about any of these people. We interviewed them, right? And that's all. We don't have a ton of information about any of them. That we have these applications and whatever. So I also said in the meeting, I really wanted to hear what our fellow 3 board members had to say.
Yes.
So I would love it if the 3 of you would give your 2 cents on this dilemma.
I stated at the beginning of the conversation, I thought John Carney, having served, I think the number was 17 years, is that how it worked out, on the ZBA in Grafton, shows he, knows what it's like to be on a ZBA in Massachusetts, and was successful in that process enough that he was reappointed, 5 times before he left Grafton and moved to Northborough. I thought that is even more valuable than someone who's definitely has some experience, but less so. And Jacob. My only thoughts, but yes, I'd love to hear from Laura and Julianne.
You want to go first? So my preference, I think we've got some strong candidates, and I'm grateful for that. I did like Jacob's background in law and being able to interpret that as it relates to the zoning laws, especially when it comes to interpreting variances and where we're going to go with that. I also liked his background in terms of arbitrating, which I think you spoke about, and just being able to look at both sides of a situation. So that was my preference for the full position, and then having Mr. Carney on as an alternate is, another great candidate. I just thought from a legal perspective, my preference would be to have Jacob or Mr. Jones in that position.
Julianne?
So I watched the interviews, and I was really impressed with Jacob Jones's kind of dedication and energy that I felt he would put into the job. Having watched so many meetings already, probably shouldn't enter into our discussion, but participating in the interview from the North Atlantic. But one thing that I was impressed by what he said, even though he says that he's an arbitrator, he did say he goes by the law. And I think that with zoning, my personal feeling is I tend to go towards people who, that's their first, or one of their first considerations is, what's the law? And, because the laws are there for a reason. They are to be interpreted, but they're there for a reason. And so I would go, my preference is Jacob as the permanent member.
All right, so it sounds like we have 3 in favor of Jacob, so let's, I'm going to suggest we have a motion on that. And then we can go further down the line.
right.
Let's see, I think,
I have those
Yep,
motions.
Kristen has the
And I'm
motions.
happy to read them. I can just read them all,
okay.
all
that'd
for
be
them.
great.
Is that all right?
Yes,
Okay, I move the board vote to appoint John Mayer as a voting member of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second?
Do we put the date? Do we put April 8th, or are you going to take care of that?
I'll take care of that. I need to confirm.
yeah. Okay, so motion's been made by Kristen, seconded by, was it Laura? You seconded that motion, and this is for John Mayer, as voting member of the zoning board. And that was a unanimous recommendation from the interview committee. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, Kristen?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne? Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations, John Maher. Kristen, next up.
I move the board vote to appoint Jacob, what's his last name?
Jones.
Jones?
Jacob Jones as a voting member on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second?
Motion been made by Kristen, seconded by Laura. Any discussion? I do want to make mention that by doing this, that there's one sitting member of the zoning board that will no longer be a member, and I want to thank that member. I don't want to call out by name to embarrass, but really appreciate that person's long dedication of service. These things go round and round in circles, and this is that time for that member. But I think the interview committee has made some recommendations, and I'm deferring to them on this. Okay, any other discussions? All those in favor? Kristen?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations, Jacob. Next up, we've got the alternates.
Okay, I move the board vote to appoint Jeffrey Grabowski as an alternate member on the Zoning.
Second?
Yeah. We lost your audio for a second, but we got enough of it, but we know what that was. Laura seconded that. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Kristen?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations, Jeff, on helping us out for another term. And last one, Kristen?
I move the board vote to appoint John Carney as an alternate member on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second.
Motion made by Kristen, seconded by everybody. I'll give it to Julianne. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor, Kristen?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations, John. One benefit of this particular arrangement is there will be 2 Johns on the zoning board, but one will be a voting member and one will be an alternate, and maybe that makes it a little bit easier for somebody.
And maybe one of them goes by Jack sometimes.
Let's see if we can get him to go by Jack.
Yes. Very good. So that concludes the zoning board appointment item, and we have a hand up from a member of the audience. Fran, come on up. If you could identify yourself, let us know
Sure,
what's on your
thank
mind.
you very much, Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. So I did just want to come, and I actually think these gentlemen have qualifications. I am obviously disappointed that I was not one of the 4 selected. But tonight, I'm actually here to talk to all of you as your responsibilities as the elected body that has these interview process responsibilities. There are policies and procedures that were put in place specifically because of the concerns that arose actually 3 years ago and then 2 years ago about how the process for interviewing candidates occurred. Now, I don't expect, the reason why I'm speaking now as opposed to ahead of this vote is because I'm not asking you to change your mind or to pick me. At this point, I accept the decision. However, the process failed. There is a process in which the interview subcommittee shall, okay, and I've been on the zoning board for 12 years, so I understand shall means must. Request and review the performance amongst the selectmen liaison, other board members, administrative personnel working with the board to find out criteria such as attendance, participation, ability to work constructively with other members of the board, respective town department, responsiveness to public needs, and the understanding of town government and its relationship as a whole. Now, I appreciate the fact that Diane took some responsibility for the fact that the town staff failed to bring this to your attention, but it is your job. It is your committee. It is your responsibility. You can't deny or deflect it to say, well, town staff didn't tell you. Now, it wouldn't have changed the minds of the people who are interviewing me. Doesn't matter. But I think you might have had a different opinion of Jeff Grabowski if you had taken the time and the responsibility to speak to the other board members, as well as Lori and Bob, and seen how he has performed while shy and not overly encouraged by the chair of the current chair of the zoning board to participate. You may have seen that he did have the experience to be a voting member. So I'm just saying that on his behalf. The only other thing I'm going to ask, that I noticed on the memorandum where it says that there is a list of the 2024 Select Board reappointment list. The volunteers listed below have either resigned since the last town meeting or requested not to be reappointed. I want my name taken off of that. That does not apply to me. I did want to be reappointed. You chose not to. Thank you very much. And I'll see you at town meeting.
Thank you, Fran.
Thank you.
Mitch, can I just
Absolutely, sure.
comment? I did actually do quite a bit of that.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why Fran assumes that she knows what conversations I may have had before the interviews. I may not have mentioned them during the interviews because I didn't, I had some good reasons, and it would have been very uncomfortable. So I actually did do a lot of that.
My understanding is there's a standing staff practice also to send out a memo seeking any input that might be available. I imagine there's probably usually not a lot that comes back from that, but this particular time, because of all the staff transitions, that didn't happen. You know, I mean, ultimately that falls on the interview committee for maybe not formally doing that, but it does sound like much of that did take place. I don't want to have a back and forth,
Okay,
but
all right, no, that's fine. Okay, all
I'm
right.
happy to
That's fine.
to
No,
hear from
that's
you.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
It wasn't written. It was just conversations.
I don't want to have the last word, so if she doesn't have to have the last word. But I will say, it's fine if it was not exactly the way it should be done. Again, it wasn't going to change the outcome for myself. I don't care. I understand that. I actually had some respect for the justification that Kristen gave, part of her justification for not wanting to reappoint me. It made sense to me. I didn't like it, but it made sense to me. That's not what this is about. It's about the process for everyone moving forward. There were people that was discussed that some people, you know, when they didn't get appointed, they never came back to do anything else. Maybe it was a way, maybe they just didn't feel like they were valued, and unintentionally not valued. But the policies and procedures are to make it very professional and consistent. And if we follow them, maybe we will have more people who want to put their name in the ring and not feel that it is personal, which it should not be. And I don't feel it is. It's not personal. It's subjective. And I've been there. I've been on this side of the table. I get that. So I'm just saying, read the policy and procedure, take ownership of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Fran.
Again, if she says something, I'm going to say something. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
I'm going to suggest we move along. We actually have to go back to an item that I accidentally skipped as part of the reappointments. Excuse me. We did not do the whole 2024 reappointment list earlier, and that's just the predetermined list. I'm going to suggest that I think some of the ZBA things ended up on that reappointment list. We've solved all of the ZBA items. So my suggestion, I'm going to read a suggested motion to you, and you could say so moved if you'd like. I move that the board vote to reappoint those individuals who appear on the 2024 reappointment list other than the Zoning Board of Appeals to the corresponding boards, committees, and commissions.
So moved.
Wait,
Oh.
Okay.
the memorandum, says-
That's different, that's to give them,
that's an old memorandum?
no, it's for a certificate, read the top.
There's a few people on that.
It says, volunteers have either resigned since last year.
Oh, I
or
see.
requested they not be reappointed.
Okay.
But we want to give them certificates of appreciation.
Okay.
And I understand that,
So we have a motion made by everybody.
moved.
I'm going to give it to you because that original is the motion. Did somebody second that?
Second.
Second, Laura seconded. Okay, now discussion.
well, is the memorandum in the same discussion, or we just let that go?
This is the memorandum on people that have
Right, this is
stepped
this
down.
one,
Okay.
right. But this is included in that,
That's
because she brought it up.
fine if there's a comment on that. I don't
Okay.
have it in front of me, but
Only in that, I know that Fran did want her name taken off this list. Off the memorandum that says the awarded certificates of appreciation.
No, I think she
No.
wanted off of the
Just
does
the
not want
reappoint-
reappointment.
yeah, I think,
Okay.
so I think that memo said these people did not want to be reappointed, so we want to thank them.
Oh, I see.
That was not how Fran categorized herself, and I agree
Right.
with her, but I think we should thank
I
her.
think we should.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of years of service. I think that she should get,
Yes.
even if I can't imagine she wouldn't want a certificate, but I would recommend that we do that for her.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I
Yeah.
have the intent.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that was a small administrative snafu that her name ended up being listed of people that did not want to be reappointed, which was not the case.
Okay.
There's just a lot of moving parts in town hall right now, and that was
Yes,
a pretty
absolutely.
detail. I think we did pretty well.
And I also want to, since we're talking about the zoning board, pay particularly thank you to Mark Rattan, who's also spent many, many years of excellent service on the ZBA and did, in fact, request to not be reappointed.
Yes.
So thank him. All right, so back to this. We've had a motion and a second on the general reappointment list, which are just people that are requesting to be reappointed, and there was no other people applying for that spot. So motion's been made by Lisa, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Laura? Julianne?
Aye.
Kristen?
Hi.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. I'm not going to say everybody's name. Congratulations, everybody. All right.
Are you managing? You sound
We
like you're
have done
fading over there.
that
Mitch, very
one.
quickly.
I'm sorry?
You sound like you're fading over there very quickly.
Yeah. I have this, it's truly a minor cold, and I did test for COVID, and I do not have COVID. I tested yesterday and today, just to
would be
be
good.
absolutely sure. All right. Next up, let's try to get through this as much as possible. Discussion and vote on town meeting warrant article recommendations. I think we all have this, this green and white sheet. So these are, first, the recommendations column. So Diane did a great job in putting together this amended version that has sort of the traditionally, we recommend approval on these items, and then there are a couple of items that we've discussed a lot. Senior tax relief, I definitely think that comes from us, and we should consider recommending that. Tim, I know we'll go through the rest of it in a little while, but the Marlboro sewer case, are we anticipating that will be passed over at this
It'll be
point?
passed over, yes.
Okay, so we don't need to explicitly recommend anything on that, other than we'll recommend we pass it over, but that'll be whoever gets the nod for doing that. The two human services division item, health and human services, we've already done those.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure, absolutely.
So generally, when like the financial planning board says we recommend it by a unanimous vote, since that was not a unanimous vote, can you say the select board recommended by a vote of 4-1 or whatever it was?
So you abstained.
Right.
not voted opposed. So technically, it is a unanimous vote, but I will refrain from saying that it was unanimous vote. I will just say the select board recommends.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
What number are you on?
That was 37 and 38.
Whoa,
Whoa.
we jumped ahead of all these others.
Yeah.
So
Well, I was paying attention to the green recommendation column. Sorry, I'm trying to go quick, and maybe I'm doing too much of that.
Yeah, 'cause
So
we
are
had-
these the articles that we're going to be presenting?
We
So
just read the
if you look, yeah, so
So are
right,
you just going to write names in?
right now, I'm in this column, recommendation.
Yep.
So the items that are green
Okay.
are the items that traditionally
Okay.
the select board would actually say, we recommend that they get approved at town meeting.
Okay.
It's
it doesn't-
easier if you look at the motion in the email, Laura and everyone. They're all listed, all the ones we recommend. Like, you
Yeah.
don't have to look at the big chart and just see the ones that are green. Like, they're all listed, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 37, 38, 39.
Are we going to decide who's going to, like, are we going to have to read them at town meeting? And if so, is somebody just going to assign it to us?
That's another step.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're
Right
good.
now, we're on
Got it.
the recommendations.
Okay.
So if we look at the printed suggested motions, page 2,
I get
that
it.
we got right when we arrived here,
Okay.
that
so-
was that list that Kristen suggested. Given that you are not here and don't actually have it on paper, great job.
So this is on
We have
paper
that, do I
somewhere?
have that with me?
Yeah, we got
Motion?
This, we got the motion, there's the motions right there.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
that's just another version of the same green ones.
Okay.
All right, so on page 5.
It's
is
just a
what you-
shorter list, and it's easier to read.
Yep. So otherwise, it would be consistent for us to recommend these items. If there's something that by vote we don't want to recommend, that's fine. If there's anything additional we want to add to that list, that's fine too. This is
Okay.
the time to decide that so that, when the article is read, the moderator can ask for our recommendation, and then I can state that recommendation.
Okay, but it's not strictly on these green boxes to the.
It can be others. If there are others that we specifically want to recommend, or recommend opposed to, in theory,
Okay.
we can do that. Typically, the select board does not get into the capital articles or the
Upgrading.
Community Preservation Act articles or
right,
anything
right,
else, unless they are, maybe particularly related to the work that we have done. So maybe the Whitney Street property
I wonder
one,
if we should recommend that.
that I think would be consistent for us to add that.
So we've already taken care of 37 and 38.
Yep.
39,
Yep, is the funding for public
Funding.
parking spaces. Tim, I think we got one sentence of an email from you on that, maybe. I don't think we've talked about that at a meeting yet.
A
Do you wanna give
dictated
it-
paragraph, actually.
Yeah, all right, paragraph, not a sentence.
So the thought process with that is you've had this master plan implementation committee, they did their study. They looked at all kinds of things from zoning to streetscapes. One component in there is parking, even though it's not like one firm sections, but throughout the whole master plan improvement committee document, it talks about parking. So you need public parking. So the thought was that, I know that there's some churches in there, I know that there's other public lands, privately held lands that could potentially have parking made available to the municipality. Because the way the procurement laws work, I have to go out to bid to request proposals for that parking. So I haven't identified any particular parcel. I know that people have talked about parcels. So what this will do is allocate $10,000, which I have no idea. I'm just being honest. I have no idea if that's enough or not enough. But it's one step along the way from this revitalization of downtown to signal to the community, the world, the business community that we want to provide parking for those businesses that are going to be in that downtown area. So I have to get the approval to enter into that lease. That's what this will do. We have 10,000 allocated through the budget process for this particular purpose. If it gets approved, we'll go to bid. We'll put a thing out on the street that says, hey, we're looking for space for municipal parking. Who can give us a proposal and a price? And then go from there and, certainly award, provided we can afford it, and it's parking that's accessible to other things, and it's where we want it to be. So a lot of it will get tied back to planning, obviously discussion with this board to make sure we're, picking the right location for parking. And I don't think it's happening, by June 30, but
Right.
it'll hopefully happen by the fall.
And my understanding is also that the town needs town meeting authority to enter into contracts regarding real estate. So
Yes.
this is also important for that provision of this, of getting town meeting approval, that, that town meeting is giving us authority to do that.
Oh, okay.
So even if there was, 50 cents attached to this article, it would still be necessary.
Yep.
Yeah, I had no problem with the article. Is it possible that you could maybe before town meeting, kind of talk to a couple people, so you would have something to tell the public? Because the public may be more apt to say, yeah, well, let's go do it, if they have some indication of,
Yeah, I mean, I had one meeting set with one group, and we had to push it off. I forget it was Friday. So I'll probably do that again, but, procurement process is a sealed bid type situation, so I can't say I have someone I'm going to do business with, because that is just not appropriate under the law. So,
changes that question.
So on the articles listed, is everyone comfortable with that? And then we'll consider adding
39? Yeah.
39, and we've already, we're comfortable, we're going to recommend that we pass over the Marlboro sewer case, recommend senior tax relief, school, the Algonquin budget, the K-8 school budget, the enterprise funds for water, sewer, and the town budget.
Mr. Chair, can I just interrupt you? If in the event that I could get something done with the city of Marlboro before that, I said no rather quickly, and I just, right now, don't feel there's a path forward, but if there was to be, I just don't want to be
Yeah.
held and have I told you, said no, pass over, but if I can work out something,
oh, yeah.
I want
We-
to preserve that right.
Yeah, we typically have a meeting the evening of town meeting just prior, so that would be our last stop to change our minds on any of these.
I just wanted
you
to
know,
say
yeah.
it, so I,
Yeah, if something comes together, and I agree, it might not, but if it
Long
does, then, we're not removing that option. It's still in the warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that we pass over that night.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
have
yeah, but if I can put something together ahead of it, we would all know about it, I just didn't want to say it
Right.
and not have the discussion to say it still could come back.
Do they have any parking facilities? Just kidding.
All right, so we had spoken about Article 40, which is the Community Preservation Fund acquisition of 432 Whitney Street.
And we're gonna recommend that.
I'm asking the board whether we want to
Yeah.
recommend it. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, should we just put, check some of those boxes that are.
Yeah, I'm making
You
notes.
got it?
Yeah.
It's signature in trouble.
Let's all take a minute and look through the rest of it, and just yell out if you see one that you think we should have a particular recommendation on.
I want to ask a question then. In Article 48, the amendment to the town code on the earth removal, is that removing it? What's going on with the earth removal? Because we did the water.
No, it's not removing it, there's just one subtle,
Was it like the,
I
Is it
have the
about
warrant, we
bond-
can,
the
we
bonds
can
or
look at it.
something?
48. I think it's about how the bond gets
Oh, released?
released to the individual.
Okay.
I think you're right.
48.
So make sure that if they haven't got the work done after 5 years, they don't get it back. Can't find all your stuff. Oh.
Yeah, I found it, hold on.
I think you're right, Tim. I remember it being something about bonds. Oh, here, wait, what number is it?
It's on page 32, but I'm looking at a, track changes version. No permit shall be issued under the provision of this chapter for the period of more than one year is struck, 3 years is addition, so it goes from 1 to 3. Permits may be renewed upon written request of the permittee, so upon written request by the permittee is new. Prior to issuing or renewing is struck through, so prior to issuing or amending. So instead of renewing, it'll be amending. And that is it.
Just the published days.
Oh, and then the 21 days, notice to abutters. It goes from 21 days published to 14 days published.
So it's a shorter time for the abutters to know about it?
Yeah.
Is there a reason they wanted to shorten it up?
I think that's consistent.
I don't know if it's creating consistency or if it was, they're trying to just expedite and give folks their money back. It's still going through a public hearing process to release it.
Right. Yeah, because unfortunately, some of these things that have been held is, the job hasn't ever gotten done. Like, I know there's a street that two different people had supposedly agreed to do, and then one of them said, I'm not gonna do it, after they've spent all these years. I don't remember the street, I don't remember the two people, but I do know that that was something that was going on for quite a while. And I don't even know where it is at the stage of the game, whether or not anybody completed the street. This was when Fred Litchfield was still here with us. I'm sure.
Well, we can get a status of what's,
What's
on
open?
hold and what the projects were and what the status is.
Okay, that'd be good.
All right, well, I'll try to get that from Scott this week.
Okay.
All right, so again, on recommendations, does anyone have any other articles that we think we should recommend? I'm gonna give it another run
Well,
through myself.
I actually want to make a statement tonight, because especially this, talking to the legislators, that I'm concerned, and we've talked about some thoughts on this. The legislators impressed that there's a tough financial year coming up, and that it's a resetting year, and that it's not the year to raise great numbers of money. Maintaining a level funding would be a victory, they said.
Those are statements from the legislators'
Right,
perspective, from
right.
their budget.
And they talked about that, and then it talked about grants and that sort of thing, so that they're not doing as many as they did of the grants, and I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. And I think that that's really we talk about this tax impact this year and how everybody is going to be highly affected by it. And I really appreciate you saying that about, sharing the burden, taking a little bit off the senior market and putting it into the market with children. I don't, and I sat at appropriations, I didn't see appropriations ask to limit anything, ask to reduce anything. And I don't think that they did much on financial planning as well. And I think this of all years is a very difficult year, because if I'm correct, I know that you said the school budget was 8% higher. Is that correct? That they got an 8%
Well, the three
increase?
districts, I don't have the presentation in front of me, so I can't. And it's 3.9 for K through 8, and then
Yeah, they all added up.
7.69%
Yeah,
for
okay.
Algonquin.
So that and every other department, we had new people, we had, a lot of money going out this year than we've ever had at any one time. And based on the fact that, we're new, you're new, we've had a year of kind of things, kind of floating around, that I would have liked to at least have had a little bit more talk about how we could save some money. And that again goes to vehicles. And I think that some of the vehicles that we've had requested on the DPW, I think could wait a year. And that's, there's a couple ones on there that I just really feel very strongly about. So I wanted to voice that. I don't know if that's something that we want to talk about as a board, or we don't want to talk about it as a board, but I really think that we should have asked to have things thought about and reduced, instead of saying, okay, give me everything you want and we'll see what the town says. Because they look to us too as to be the responsible people fiduciarily. That's what we're here for. And I think that in past years, we've had 4% increases were high. But when they're over 4% for whatever what department it might be, I just think that the burden is so great on the taxpayer that we really should look for alternates for the next year, or to do a little bit better planning. I know that next year, the financial planning group is supposed to meet earlier and make some recommendations for changing things. Whether that be a 5-year turnaround period, or that be an 8-year turnaround period, or a 10-year turnaround period. That needs to change based on the expenses that we have now coming down the pike. And I really feel that in some of these, some of these situations, I'd almost like to see our fleet put outside of the DPW so people can come around and look at what they've actually paid for and what's part of their, capital asset, because they come into the town building and they come into the fire station and they come into the police station rarely. I mean, people don't really attend that, but they look to us as being, okay, well, this is kind of the thing that we do in a regular process. And I think this year of all years would be a good year to pass over a couple of those higher items. That are they necessary, and were those questions asked? I wasn't in all the meetings, but what, the presentation was in some of the vehicles, that it was, well, this is going to accommodate a couple other new things. Like this truck will have a cutting ability, or a snow removal ability, or is cleaning the sidewalk ability. And I see them, and I tell you, our equipment is beautiful. I mean, I'll tell you, we get top of the line. And I really think that needs to be addressed, and that's why I'm bringing it up tonight.
Can I just, there are two pieces, right? There's operations that went through appropriation committee, and they actually, the requests that came in from departments were reduced at my level, and then the committee didn't make further reductions because they knew that there has been, and I just asked Jason for this today, in terms of municipal growth, non-fixed cost, there's been no growth. So certainly the budget impact is there, and it's not lost on me. But the committee, we're looking at a goalpost, right? I think that's how Scott put it. We don't want to be, the original request, I think, was the average single-family house was at $750 annually, and we got it down to the $614, $613. So we made reductions collectively to get down to that number. And as for the capital plan, you have a spreadsheet that's, as long as that desk, that maybe the community hasn't seen, but certainly staff has worked with financial planning to say, this is the rotation and life cycle of a vehicle, and this is when we want to replace it. And there's been things that have moved off a year or two. But I don't think there's anything new programmatically that'll be added with that capital budget for fiscal '25 that's not on a rotating end-of-life schedule. So I don't think there's, and even then, I was just cautioned that we all are experiencing inflation. If we have a vehicle need now, and the cost to keep it up to date is gonna cost us more to wait a year, and then in a year we buy that vehicle, it's gonna cost you more to buy it in a year. So we're not spending money today, at least this is what I'm hearing, because we're afraid of what we have to spend tomorrow. If you don't spend it today, you'll spend more tomorrow. So it's free cash, it's money that you set aside for this particular purpose under that capital plan, that spreadsheet, that I believe's gone through many iterations in a public process. So I mean, if I had a choice not to spend anything, that would be great, but I would be not helping you run an efficient municipality if I did that. So it's uncomfortable. I mean, even, this first thing on this list for me to talk about is number 4. I've never seen this town meeting, never interacted, and you're gonna put me in front of these folks to ask for $80 million. So I wanna take a sidetrack here and say, let me do 3, so I can at least have an introductory statement to the body. But, I don't know, it's not lost on me what you're saying, but I just don't know how you minimize that impact next year when you still have to make those purchases.
Well, and I understand that, and that's why, that's why it was on a 5- and 6-year plan, or, and I'm bringing this up now because we never really had the opportunity to talk about it. So this is our first opportunity to bring it up. And I think that.
We did 3, didn't we have, excuse me, I'm sorry, we did 3 budget presentations, right?
Yeah, but there wasn't, I didn't think we had the opportunity to say anything about it. First it was a placeholder, Then it was, well, we haven't got the numbers and everything yet, and even in appropriations, I asked a few questions. I didn't really want to get overly involved in it, but because of, especially after listening to what the legislator said tonight, that really did hit home for me. Because I look at our capital, our municipal buildings that have been allowed to languish and leaking roofs and the damage that's caused by leaking roofs and those, it doesn't just stay on the roof, it goes to the floor and it ruins the floor, like Melican has some big problems with that, as many of these places do. So, if we were to take a vehicle at $300,000 and put it towards something, whether it was leaking roofs or a sidewalk that's yet to get, I mean, we've been asking for sidewalks for years. I mean, it's a walkability town that's never had any change. We talk about it, we get to one point and then, we didn't have the money for it, or we didn't have the money for the engineering for it, or it stalled. And I think we've put ourselves in a position that we have to look at the equal value for everything. I've heard that some of our vehicles are purchased by Westboro because they love them. They're in great shape. They have, they've been taken care of beautifully, and they use older equipment. Is that something that we can then discuss later? Is it, maybe why do we have to, Mack trucks and shaded windows and, chrome bumpers and all that sort of thing? We have an awful lot of money invested in our vehicles, but we don't have a lot of money invested in our municipal buildings. And so that, to me, is something that I really wanted to talk about, and whether or not, that comes up at town meeting. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. But I'd rather see some of that money that, like the $95,000 for that trailer. Is it necessary? Do we really need it this year? Is that gonna make any difference next year? We could use that for some other event. And I did want to bring up, and I didn't send it in, but I was looking at the ARPA requests that were made, and there was an ARPA request for $8,800 for the brick repointing on the fire station. And then there's an $80,000 request in here for that. Why is there a difference?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have that document in front of me, so I can't tell you that.
I'll see it, but you know what I'm saying? It's like things jumped. A lot of things, they start with one question and then they jump, like the police station. It's a question. I mean, I'll send it to you in the morning and I'll show you both pieces.
All right.
But, are we
It's
doing
an
the whole?
80,000 and 8,800, is that?
Yeah.
So it's just $800 difference?
No.
No, a $72,000.
$72,000 difference. What
Or a
happened?
typo.
Well, it's a big
It
typo.
could be a typo.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought it was a typo.
Yeah, it's a big typo, because, I'll just bring this over to you so you can see it. Oh, my goodness. We're all dropping like flies.
Well, Tim looks at that.
Yeah.
I just want to say something. The vehicles is always it generates some good discussion at town meeting. But I wonder if we could ask our financial planning committee to really, take another look at the rotations. And there are ideas like sharing vehicles with other towns that you don't use very often. And maybe if they could come up with some strategy to keep those costs down, because they're obviously very, very, very expensive items. And
Yeah, I would look to them for some of this discussion.
yeah, but we've closed the warrant. We can't change it now. But if we could ask financial planning to be a little more attentive to that, is that a fair?
Yeah, I mean,
Ask.
I'm very encouraged that they're going to be meeting a little bit more frequently.
Yeah, they should probably meet all year,
Yeah,
right?
they should,
Yeah.
they should. That would be
Actually, the
appropriate.
governor also recommended more, municipalities working together and sharing equipment and everything.
Exactly.
She did. She recommended that and something.
Yeah, I think, I know that question was asked of the DPW director for some piece of equipment about a year ago. I don't remember what it was. It was something that we don't use that often, but when we use it, everybody needs it. So whatever, there are some categories of equipment that sit in the garage a long time. But when we need it, it's for, filling potholes or, sidewalk plow or something like that.
It
Every
might
town
be a
around us-
tree thing.
Yeah. it
Like,
could-
when we have a big storm and so many trees get knocked down all at once, it could be something like that.
Yeah.
That it's a lot of money to replace and you don't need to replace it that often. But when it's not the kind of thing you could share with another town. I remember this conversation, Mitch, because he said, because when Boylston's trees get knocked over, Northborough's trees get knocked over, and we all need that one piece of equipment at the same time. I think that was the example he used. I don't know about the hook lift truck and the other big truck that's on here. I don't know what they are, the bucket truck, but anyway, that was a good example. Yeah. Scott always has good examples. That's the problem. You always must want to agree with him because he gives you good reasons.
Sidewalk plows are the thing that he was talking about. Sidewalk plow, everybody needs it at the same time.
Yeah.
So he couldn't share that, for
Yeah,
example.
Here we have two. We have two sidewalk plows.
I just remember going to an
There's a
MMA
lot of
meeting.
places we
Not
use
enough,
them.
right?
176 miles or something. But I think it's worth talking about because especially this year, and especially, we know it's going to be bad next year. People might start going into bankruptcy and we're going to go right back to 2004 and 2005. Who's going to be responsible for all that expense, right? It comes back to the state and the state says, well, we can't give you money.
So most of our capital items are funded with free cash, which is
But it's-
leftover money from prior year. Can't really be it should be used, and it can't be used significantly for operating budget. We use about $500,000 a year, I think, is our policy, free cash towards the operating. Everything else, we really shouldn't. In theory, we can consider a policy change there. I don't know if that's a good idea. Jason isn't watching anymore. That's good.
Because what happens is when you put this in, okay, and regardless of if today's truck in 2025 or 2029 comes back for sale or whatever, you put more money out than you had to pay for the truck, that amount of money can go against free cash because it's limited, because it wasn't spent. But it also raises your yearly levy limit, doesn't it? Because everything that you've pulled on that budget, everything for the
No,
year.
no free cash goes to levy limit, completely separate.
No, because you've already, I know, but you've already raised it, say, by getting the truck, okay? Say I paid $300,000 for the truck, and I got it for $100,000. That $200,000 comes back and goes to free cash, because you didn't spend it. But at the time that you put it into that beginning of the budget, the 300 is what stays there in terms of adding that all up. And
Yeah,
at the
your
end,
yeah,
that's
your
what your levy limit starts at.
Your levy limit grows by new growth of Prop 2.5. It has nothing to do with,
It's
Capital
added,
expenses.
every year, it's
Yeah.
added. So 2.5% is added to what you had last year.
yeah.
To the budget base, yeah.
Right,
plus new
budget
growth,
base.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, you bring the budget base higher by doing something like that when,
Not with free cash, you do not.
not after you use not after you've taken the balance and put it into a free cash, no. Before you did. Like, I see things back that go like 1999. And in 1999, we must have had $250,000 left over from the remediation of Coburn Street when we were doing the senior center. Well, it's 1999, and yet it was just shown to come back, I think it was 2 years ago. It was like, wow, 1999, this is 2020, 21 or something. There was a pretty big gap in some of these things that they go back and they look and it didn't get used. But the fact is when they originally went into the budget to be paid for, that's the base that we use for the next year to add the other 2.5% to create the limit.
I want to pull this back to trying to get through the agenda.
Okay.
Are you suggesting that we make recommendations on specific articles relative to your concerns? Or are you thinking about, what, for example, the Financial Planning Committee can do in helping to prepare for next year's budget.
Well, it's twofold, but I think financial planning should have done a little bit better this year, and I think that they didn't. And I wouldn't mind saying no to a couple of these trucks.
Yeah, I am concerned after we've closed the warrant, executed the warrant, Financial Planning and Appropriations have done their votes, budget book's been printed, town meeting is 2 weeks from tonight. I don't think we should take actions that negatively impact funding articles that have gone through
See,
the
that's the
process
problem. That's
this
the problem I'm
late.
having.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning, when we were putting this all together, it was, we're not gonna talk about this, it's just a placeholder. And that should have been the time we talked about. Well, first there wasn't prices, then there were prices the next time. And, okay, it may be too late, but I've said my piece, so, and maybe at town meeting.
Yeah. I am, back to looking at life of vehicles. I know the cars that I buy now last a lot longer than the cars I bought 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago maybe. So I think it is worthwhile for the Financial Planning Committee to sit down and go through with the departments that buy vehicles and see if they can update the expected lifetime on them, or to see if there are types of vehicles that could be bought that might last longer. Maybe there are police cars that could be purchased, maybe they cost a little bit more, but they might last an extra year or two. Something like that.
Well, you'd
That
have to- you'd
that
have to
might be a
get a
net savings,
balance.
yeah.
Yeah, there's gotta be a
To look at that. That's an area where I think every few years, the community should look at.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Getting back to motions or recommendations, I realized Article 32, which is the MSBA feasibility study, building projects fall under us, so I think we should recommend that item also. That's Article 32.
Okay.
People feel
I agree.
comfortable with that? Okay. Did anyone see any other articles that we should recommend or otherwise?
I don't recommend 540,000 for the police station.
I also am really struggling with that one.
Which one?
I feel like it
Last
came
one,
too late.
540,000 to paint or take care of the police station.
Article.
That's an
Oh,
article.
well, wait, are we recommending it? We're not recommending
I
it.
want to postpone that at least until the fall, until we can take a closer look at it.
Concerned about taking an action like that.
Okay.
My own
Can't pass
opinion.
over?
Huge increase.
We have 70,000 already in the kitty.
Yeah, which obviously isn't enough to do anything.
No, I think it's enough to do some stuff. I don't think the whole building has to be taken apart. Regardless of what paperwork I got in,
Yeah,
I think it's a
I think
waste.
my frustration here would be if members thought that they might want to vote tonight to pass over articles or recommend against articles. We could have had that department head here, somebody to answer some questions about that, and we don't. So, we won't have anybody that can answer the question of, will $70,000 be enough to do part of the building, or, the significant, the frontage of the building or something
Yeah,
like
do
that.
the front.
I don't know. None of
Do the
us,
front
none
of
of
the
us here
building.
can answer that question.
No, but I guess my concern is that we used an expensive estimator and it came in a lot higher, and then we were talking about if it comes in lower, then that money goes to free cash, and my concern is we need to save money. So if we can save money,
So
let's
that's
save money for the
coming
voters
out of
now.
free cash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's already in free cash.
Yeah,
But
you
we
eliminated
have-
one truck to make the difference up.
Yeah.
But we only have 500,000 in free cash.
You have
Oh, we have
three and a half
million.
million.
Yeah.
I just think
You're
it's.
leaving 500 as the balance. After you fund the budget operations for 500,000 and you do capital, you still have 500,000 of free cash left.
I wish that we had done a more conservative estimate and not used, it came in really high. And the justification that I had at the last meeting was that, well, if we come in less, then that additional money is gonna go to free cash. I wish we just had a conservative estimate to begin with for the siding project. And I said the same thing when we talked about it at the last meeting.
There was some talk at that last meeting of going back to the estimator and saying, hey, what
Yeah,
would this?
use a different board.
Yeah,
until we go out to bid for the project, we're not gonna know the true cost.
Right.
It's just an estimate.
But some
We
way of
were
understanding.
conservative when we used the 70 and the 130 to make two. That was conservative, but it wouldn't have been enough to get us what we need to get to make that building last.
Well, and I don't know, I don't understand how an architect makes that decision. An architect draws. An architect doesn't go out and shop.
They do estimating.
Well, they might estimate, but they don't estimate like a contractor would. There's contractors who come out and
This is
estimate.
a professional estimating company. This is what they do.
They're the same company that we used for the town hall offices, right? It's the same
Icon,
architects,
they-
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
If you had an addition done to your house, you're gonna get a building estimate from the architect to put the addition on your house. That's the only way you're gonna know that you can afford it. Once he draws it, he knows what the building materials are, knows what labor costs are. They put them together and they said, this is what your estimate is.
Yeah, but consider the fact that in a year's time, it went from 70,000 to 540,000. That's not realistic. It's not, that means that somebody who gave you that price didn't really want to do the job. But if you give me that kind of money, I'll get the job done. Now, this is sat there, we would do better to look around and look for some different options if it means taking the front of the building, where it's faded the worst, and replace the boards that have to be replaced. And do the AZAC on the pace, because the whole bottom's all been replaced. That was replaced 2 years ago when they did all the landscaping. So when you go by, there's a nice white, long strip. And there's a couple areas, it's not a lot of area for trim. Pieces like this. There's one long piece that goes up on the west side, that goes from the one that was placed, half of it, up to the point. Beyond that, there's no window issues, the trim issues aren't there. You're taking all that material off the building. If in fact it's $111,000 in labor, then you don't do it. I mean, you have to look at the reality of,
So you're saying don't do the project?
not like it is.
Okay.
Take it back and go back and get some other quotes for people that come in and say, what are you gonna do it for? And what are you gonna do?
I mean, the end result cost.
It's not gonna be more than 540, I can
It's-
guarantee
Yeah,
you.
no, I expect it will be less, hopefully a lot less.
A lot less.
Yeah. But if we want to do this project this year, this is when we can ask for it. Or we can let the building deteriorate another year, and it's gonna cost more to do whatever it is.
It's not
We
gonna
might be able to come up with less expensive materials to save a little bit of money, or something like that. But we need to have the town meeting appropriation to do anything.
Well, at the point of having 70 to begin with, if necessary, you could do two sides of it and not take it all
70.
down.
But she's talking about re-scoping what needs to be
Right,
done. So
right.
we have people that are telling us from an expert level what needs to be done, which is different than what you're saying. So I can't reconcile that unless you want to tell me to do a different scope and be specific. That's what I can put out on the street and say, remove this board, remove that board, don't remove this board.
Well, that's what usually happens in a wood building, is that there's boards you replace and boards you don't have.
Well, until you pull that board off, you don't even know what's underneath.
Well, and if there was problems underneath, then they would have water inside the building. They don't. So
We don't know because we haven't done any
But we might by
deconstructing
next year if we
technology.
don't do
So
anything.
what?
We might by next year if we don't do anything.
Well, we have 70 to do something, and if we had to, we do have ARPA money, if it really got down to that. Or stabilization fund is there. Why can't that be used?
Because it has to be voted town meeting.
Two-thirds.
It has to be voted
yeah.
at town meeting.
Stabilization, yeah, 2/3 majority, too.
Yeah, that's too late to do that because that's, the warrant's already.
All right, so I would still take a risk, and I would go back and say, all right, if you had to, you could redo some stuff that had to be done just for now. There's no leaking going on in there, and I don't know if it sounds awful. I don't know if that broken window got replaced. I hope it
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, because we should have a time limit on when that stuff happens. But I cannot, with good conscience, say that 540,000 is an acceptable amount of money. And I don't know that you're not gonna hear the same story at town meeting.
Oh, I think we will, and
They'll
I think
vote it down.
I think 540 is too much, but there's no valid data to base upon asking for anything different. It's the best number we have. I don't like the number. I don't think the end result, when we actually put this out to bid, I think it's gonna be under 540. I don't know that factually because the only fact we have is an estimate for 540.
Yeah.
Which is not a fact.
What's that?
An estimate is not a fact.
Well, it's
I know what you're
it's a-
saying.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
the only
factual
information we have.
estimate, but it's an
Yeah.
estimate.
Yeah.
It's an estimate that's done pre-bid. They're always, they should be always a little bit high.
Yeah.
Because you set your budget, you can't overshoot your budget when you go out to bid. So I think based on normal process, it's gonna be at least 10% less than that, at least, and hopefully a lot less. But I would not say, oh, it's probably gonna be 10% less, let's knock 10% off and ask for 490, because that would be foolish. You based it on the best information you have.
You can build a house for $540,000.
Who's presenting this?
We couldn't.
It'll be between myself, the chief, and Scott. But I'll
So, I think the message here is you're gonna have to make a really good case, because I know everyone wants that building to be fixed. They want it to be reasonable, so you're gonna have to make a really good case.
Sure.
That you're gonna keep the cost as low as you possibly can. And, and make us all believe that, put our faith in you, that you'll keep it as low as you can, but I don't think any of us really want to wait another year, right?
Well, we don't want to wait another year, but I think because we already have some money put aside, that I think we have to be realistic, and again, the cost is just, it's phenomenal. You can't have a $50 million fire station and a $46 million town hall, and I don't know what Peasley's gonna come in at,
More than either of those.
right? And then you're gonna have $500,000 on a building that, it's a 40-year-old building. Is it smart for us to do this? A 40-year-old building that doesn't look terrible. I mean, the front of it is faded, to be sure. But the back of it isn't terrible, and the sides aren't terrible. And for us to act like, well, there's nothing else we can do, I don't think the general public is gonna enjoy that. I think they're gonna feel we didn't do our job. And I think for anything else that's there, it's just so ridiculous that I definitely I wouldn't recommend it. And you can't use the fact that, well, it's a bid. Okay, it's a bid, it's an unrealistic bid.
At this point, the only options for town meeting is allocate 540 or say no.
Say no.
And say no means nothing happens.
Well, we still have some
Well,
money.
you'd have to change, the appropriation for the 70
Yes.
was for painting.
Right, painting and replacing. It says painting and
Yeah, I'll have
replacing.
to read, I don't know, but replacing or painting,
Yes.
I don't know how far you're gonna get. I mean, you obviously think there's less damage there than
I do.
I think, so
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know who can arbor to that except an architect telling us that it's bad.
Or a contractor.
Yeah.
Bring a
I mean,
couple
the front-
Well,
contractors.
we have to go out to bid to do that. In order to do that, I need an appropriation.
So the building is wider than it is deep. And it's the
Yeah.
front that is the most damaged.
One
So
side.
I'm just thinking percentages, 70 is about, 15% of 540. Just based on that, you're not gonna be able to do the front unless the estimate is off by at least double.
Why would they give us an estimate for $70,000 to do the entire building 2 years ago?
For paint.
For paint.
It
Because
says
some-
paint, and there was $9,000 set aside for replacement wood.
Yeah,
I have a
which-
copy of that.
Yeah, but.
That was our best guess.
Yeah.
That was,
So-
at the time, whoever put it together, that was their best guess.
Then why wasn't
wrong.
it done? It wasn't done, it sat there, and then it was gonna be changed to siding. I
All right,
just don't feel good about
let's-
that.
I mean, if we're gonna recommend that the town meeting reject this article and wait a year, then let's just do that. I don't think we should. I think that's a bad idea. But Lisa, if you wanna make that motion, go ahead, make the motion, we'll vote it. If not, it goes to town meeting and town meeting can decide.
I don't think we should reject it. Let the people decide.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll make town meeting really long, and I hope the moderator does one of those things where he caps the comments at a certain point, but I do think we present it as we have it, and if people don't want to vote for it, they won't vote for it. We've seen that happen.
Great.
Okay.
I made my point.
Well, I spoke, but
No, I'm good.
All right, so the articles that I see for us to recommend, just, from the motion that was pre-written, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 37, 38, we've already done, 39, and then we added 432 Whitney and the Peasley feasibility.
What are those numbers?
40 is 432 Whitney, and 32 is Peasley feasibility.
47's an easy one. Would you want to recommend, that's rescinding the excess borrowing. Is it?
I really love the fact that we're doing it. I don't think we formally need to recommend that.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to recommend approval of the following warrant articles at town meeting. Article 4, Town Budget. Article 5, Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds. Article 6, Northborough K-8 Schools Budget. Article 7, Northborough Southborough School District Budget. Article 14, Senior Tax Relief. Article 15, Settlement of Marlborough Sewer Case. Article 32, Peasley Feasibility Study.
32 is feasibility study, and 40 is 432 Whitney.
Article 37, Health and Human Services Division. Article 38, Health and Inspection Division. Article 39, Funding for Public Parking Spaces. Article 40, 432 Whitney Street.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, second, I'll give it to Julianne. Any other discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. All right, we are recommending those articles. Assigning of town meeting warrant articles. This is just figuring out who says, Mr. Moderator, I move such and such.
Okay.
Are folks okay to try to move this along if I just assign them?
Yes,
Let
and
me
give them to us the meeting, like the half hour before the meeting.
I'll even give you more than that.
Okay.
What's that?
Don't put me down for any vehicles.
Okay. I don't think
telling you right now.
I don't think we're making motion. Oh, we are making motions. All right, that's fine. All right. If
you.
somebody has a particular article that they would like to recommend or a particular article that they would not like to recommend, send me a note and I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Last one either.
Okay. Consideration and vote on Chapter 268, a subsection 19 disclosure form as submitted to the Select Board as appointed authority by Police Chief Brian Griffin. Tim, give us a quick rundown on this one if you could.
Brian Griffin is your police chief, and he has a brother who is a sergeant, both long-term tenured folks. And as we were going through the lieutenant process, we had 3 candidates, one of those which is Brian's brother. Brian, as the chief, removed himself from the process of interviewing and recommending to you for an appointment of any one of those 3 candidates, so I am effectively taking on that second role of recommending to the board for the hiring of the lieutenant. If I just back up a minute, the police department, obviously, is accredited, they have policies, they have procedures. They have policies around hiring, and that has a process that Kristen was involved in, and I was involved in with 2 other area chiefs. And they interviewed the candidates. The chief currently would have been a part of that, but he wanted to insulate himself and not have the appearance of impropriety. Went to the state, asked the questions about this matter. They asked him to fill out this form with this disclosure form to his appointing authority, which is you, and basically what you're voting on, whether you think, if the employee ended up being his brother, which he currently is employee, doesn't significantly impact his ability to discharge his duty, you're acknowledging that that would be the case if you vote to ratify this section of the, was it 268?
Yeah.
268A. So it's a disclosure that he doesn't have a financial interest, but since he oversees the person, because he's his brother, the state says you have to disclose it, and then you, the board, the appointing authority, gets to make the determination whether or not having that disclosure and having that relationship would impair his ability to do his job. and oversee that employee.
So currently, this is already the case because,
He's a current
yeah,
staff member.
Yeah, current staff member.
So
at
he
all.
was a subordinate as a sergeant when,
Yep.
when the chief was a lieutenant, he was, maybe this should have happened a long time ago, right? If you think about it. So now he's chief, he needs to hire a lieutenant. That lieutenant, in the process, there's 3. I'm finalizing the interviews next week, actually this week, for a recommendation to come before the board with a final. So there's 2 pieces here. There's hiring, which Brian's not a part of. I'll be doing that piece, making a recommendation to you. So he's insulated. But no matter what, he's always gonna be the supervisor of his brother. So that's what the disclosure is covering to you.
Any questions?
So
Long
basically,
explanation, I'm sorry.
basically, the chief is saying that he feels he can discharge his duties in a fair manner.
Correct.
Okay. And still have Christmas dinner together.
Oh,
My only question is, I think, per the charter, are we overseeing the police, and what is our involvement in this?
you're the appointing authority of the chief and all the officers.
Yeah. So this is different?
Yeah, this disclosure is different. There's a state requirement for him to disclose that he has a relationship
Correct.
with that member of staff.
Yep.
And again, you're just affirming that he can or he cannot successfully perform his duties
Oh.
if he's
Got it.
a relative of one of his staff members.
Got it.
But I would say he can, but that's up.
I think as evidenced by the fact that they've been
Yeah.
working together in a similar capacity, similar
Yeah, for 12 years.
similar professional relationship as well as obviously
In these
personal.
situations, you're under more scrutiny.
I
so-
know.
Right, right. Well, heck,
And I know you said that you ran across a few other departments that
Yeah, the
have
town
very
of
similar
Tewksbury,
things.
this isn't blood, but marriage, the chief appointed his wife as deputy chief. So he had to go through this whole process as well, which I guess you
This is
never
kind of
leave
like Blue Bloods. They can have dinner together, and they all have different jobs.
Right.
Okay.
If there are
May I
no
make a motion?
questions or concerns, I would love a motion.
I move the board vote to accept Chapter 268A, subsection 19, disclosure form as submitted by Police Chief Brian Griffith, and to determine in that regard to his brother and Police Sergeant William Griffith if any financial interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the town of Northborough may expect from the Police Chief Griffin, and to authorize Chair Cohen to execute the disclosure form as submitted on behalf of the board.
Second.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. All right, check another one off the list. Set meeting schedule for May through August in our packet is some recommended dates of May 6th, May 20th, and that helps avoid, that's first and third instead of second and fourth Monday. That avoids Memorial Day. June 3rd and 17th, and then one meeting per month, July 15th and August 12th. We will obviously, knowing our past history, we will probably need to add an extra meeting or two for one thing or another, but this sets our standard meeting for the next 3 months. Any concerns about that?
I'd like to put 2 standard in July and 2 standard in August.
I have actually another suggestion. Why don't we just approve May and June tonight
Okay,
and see how we're doing?
okay.
And then in June, we can add the other 2?
Okay,
That's not a bad
The
idea.
only concern that I have of completely skipping those is staff will want to schedule some vacation time, well-deserved after this budget season, and not having dates on the calendar for when there will be meetings makes it a little bit wide open. I will probably look to staff to give some indication as to whether I'm on the right track with that. We can add an additional meeting. This does not preclude that from occurring. My request is get these on the books and then talk about adding another one for July and another one for August if we feel
You
that's
could do that at
necessary.
any time, though, right?
We could do that at any time,
Alright.
yeah.
with that
I
understanding.
recommend lots of meetings for all of you and
Hey.
my place all summer long.
There you go.
No, I will be at May 6th. I can tell you that.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Okay,
Would you like a motion?
yes, I'd love a motion.
I move the board vote to set the meeting schedule for May through August as follows: May 6 and 20, June 3 and 17, July 15, August 12.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Any discussion? All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Kristen?
Hi.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have some meetings, reports. I'm going to request that we really limit our reports so we can keep things
Fair
moving.
enough.
Just bullet, get out of here. We okay with that?
Yes.
All right, Lisa, I'll put you on the spot first.
I have no reports.
Oh, that's even
That's a
better.
hard one to match.
Julianne,
Better.
Okay, town meeting, when are the signs going up? Don't we have yard signs that are supposed to go up?
Yeah, we had 12, and I think the week before.
Just the week before? We have the signs, right?
Yeah, I can look into that. I
Thank
think,
you.
Yeah.
And the town meeting preview and electronic voting demonstration is this Wednesday?
The
I thought we
10th
were
at
gonna
10 a.m.
combine it with your thing on the 17th.
I think people wanted to hear about 37 and 38 in its own realm.
Oh, okay.
So we'll do one on the 10th and one on the 17th. But the 10th, 10 o'clock, that's the clicker event with the moderator and the walkthrough.
Okay, that's it.
How do we get that out, though? How do we get that information out to people?
That's-
Code
It's
red?
on news and announcements, and it's on the website.
yeah, it's all
and
over
on social media.
Yeah,
Okay,
And on cable as a bulletin board.
all right.
great. Okay, Julianne, you said you were all set?
Yes.
Laura?
I'm so sorry. I forgot my notes, my reports for tonight.
Thank you. Kristen, any reports tonight?
I saw the eclipse today, so in totality, and it was really cool.
Very jealous.
That's why I'm not there. Sorry, everyone.
Okay. Very quickly, I've had discussions with Superintendent Martineau on getting a student representative to us. I hope that by our next meeting, someone will be selected by the school department. I think that was a really good discussion. I want to congratulate Tim on his MCPPO, Massachusetts
yes.
Certified Public Purchasing Official. Did you finish those courses, right? Or-
I did one and passed the test.
Okay.
But the most recent thing is the ICMA accreditation.
Yep, and the ICMA,
Yeah.
the Certified Municipal Manager thing,
Yeah.
which is great.
Again.
Yep, those were things that came up when we were hiring them, so thank you for putting yourself through that, and that's good for the town. I want to congratulate the Friends of the Northborough Library, who raised a record $7,100, the most ever at the book sale that took place this past weekend. Really helps offset for a lot of funding there, and then Fran Backstrom at the beginning of the meeting asked, would we want to have a Pledge of Allegiance before meetings? I'm going to ask just, maybe people email Tim or Di with their thoughts either way, and we will either say the pledge or not say the pledge starting next meeting. Just want to raise that up. That ends my reports. That ends any reports over from the two of you?
No report.
Okay.
I got six very quick things.
All right.
I just got to tell you this.
Okay.
Multi-factor identification will be launched. It's already launched. David Kane will contact you. This is where
Okay.
you'll
Yep.
have a login. It'll be authenticating you on a device at home for your email. So it takes 10 minutes. It's not a big deal. So that's one thing. Negotiating with E.L. Harvey on trash and recycling collection, which will start July 1. So I'll come back with the details on that, but that's pretty much locked up. So we have a service provider for trash and recycling, which is one vendor, which will be E.L. Harvey.
Can we ask Harvey not to be so noisy and run as quickly across the streets as I do?
I don't know what you're saying.
Lisa, shh.
No, they have a history of driving a little quickly and picking up trash at 5 o'clock in the morning.
7 a.m. curbside. Interviewing for the lieutenant position is happening this week. So that recommendation will come back to you at your May meeting. The website we've set up with all of this information about town meetings, so we encourage people to go there. We did a cable program for all of the articles, and we cut them down into small sections I'm not a professional newscaster, so I'm not sure if
I
people
watched
enjoy them or
one,
not.
it was very good.
Thank you. And then today I had Solar Select, the same group that's working with the school for solar on the school roofs, go to the senior center to see if we can put solar on the senior center roof.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's great. Dyke, you said you had no reports. Okay, that ends all the reports. We have a cemetery deed number 1186. Kristen, would you like to make a motion on that?
I would. I move the board vote to execute cemetery deed 1186.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Kristen, seconded by everybody. I'll give it to Laura. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kristen?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa? I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Cemetery deed is done. Any other business to come before the board? I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone in the public that really wants to make a comment at
They
11:30
deserve
at
if
night?
they're still.
Raise your virtual hand. Going once, going twice, gone. We have no need for an executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura to adjourn. All those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa? Kristen?
Aye.
I also vote aye. We are adjourned, 11:30 PM on the dot.
Okay.
5 hours. Thank you. Good night, et cetera.